Plato said that when you go to Kemet school, you become more alert. You may wake up, your spirit wake up, and you become a more human being. That's your character is built in a school. When you study what you call classical studies, we must know maybe nature. You see, maybe in the future we need to know some heretic too. We need to know maybe nature. In Kemet, for me, is education. The way they think, they build, and they practice their education is very unique in history. Without education, I believe there will be no Kemet.
All right. Imhotep. Welcome to the Sesh channel. This is your brother Wujawu Menib Edi Ma'at. And yes, we are live. So today is September 20th, 2022. We are live. This is not a replay or a rebroadcast. All right. So this is real time, real live discussion and Q&A based on the video that I just replayed as a premiere. All right. So for those who are tuned in, shout out to everyone who's tuned in. The only people I can see in the chat so far, shout out to the brother Sean, Iniharat Kalfani, the brother Jehudi Ma'at, and the brother Zain. That's all I can see in the chat so far. So if you're in the chat, give a peace sign or greetings to the chat so I can shout you out. Make sure you're there. Like to know who's watching. Don't linger in the cut. So, so if you have tuned in, now that was a lengthy video, and people would call that it's long and it's nerdy, it's boring, and whatever the case is. But it was absolutely necessary. And just to reiterate what I've been saying over the past few days of me doing this, the reason why I'm going backwards and doing a little Sankofaing by reaching back and fetching these videos is because of the fairly recent conversations on the topic of the meaning of the place name Kemet, which is being merged with the conversations on the race and ethnicity of the ancient Egyptians, and all of that talk, all of those issues are blended into like a gumbo soup. And a lot of these conversations over the past few months have been surrounding those topics. And a lot of the people who are bringing those topics up and made it an issue again are people who were not involved in the original discussion of these topics. And so they're late to the conversation and late to the discussion and or any disagreements or even agreements. They're just late. And so to the onlooker, to the readers, to the viewers, to the listeners, it's kind of unfair, and it's very confusing for sure. Now I get emails, I get inbox all the time. And if I had to sum up the emails and inboxes I get related to these topics, it is confusion. A lot of people are confused, and I explained this last night. It's resulting in confusion. And that's the last thing that we want to do. We don't want to, nobody wants to share or inform or educate or teach or whatever or their efforts to result in confusion. And so what I feel that is definitely necessary is context needs to be given to these conversations, which the other people who are bringing these conversations up the Jonny Come-Hatelys, they're not doing. They're not bringing the audiences up to speed on the conversations by reviewing how the conversations got to where they are in the first place. And so I've chosen to replay these older videos because people don't know that they exist. They didn't even know that these videos existed on these various different channels, or that the conversations were ever have ever taken place in the first place. So you have that side. So you have people who just don't know, so they don't know to look for it. Then you have people who are bringing up these topics, bringing up these conversations, who do know about the older conversations and just refuse to refer back to them or to bring people up to speed based on them. And then 3, you have people who are simply just mischaracterizing the entire conversation and coming up with made up, imaginary, phantom arguments, and then arguing against those phantom arguments only to give the impression that they're debating or winning some kind of argument, which in turn brings attention, brings more subscribers, followers in their direction, or whatever the case is. So we have all of this mixture and all this stuff above. So the solution in my mind is to really just bring exposure to the older conversations in a more structured way. And so that's what I'm doing. So if you all want to know why I'm playing these videos, that's the reason why. And so as I replay them, I'm playing them as premieres so that the chat is active as people are watching them, and I make it clear in the thumbnails that it's a replay. Like, for example, this thumbnail here that you see on the screen, it says Asar Imhotep and Netjer, a lesson in linguistics and philology, advancing the debate on the meaning of Kemet. This one says after party, but at the bottom it says originally aired November 17, 2018 on Asar Imhotep's YouTube channel. So that discussion originally aired at that time. So I'm making it clear so that no one's confused about that. Then also in the description of these videos, I also reiterate that these are replays, but I'm doing them as premiere so that people can chat and have some kind of engagement while watching. All right. But I noticed that some people in the chat, they may not be aware that it's a replay and they think it's actually going on live, so I try to clear that up by having these thumbnails, and even a watermark pops up every now and then while the video is playing to let people know that it's a replay. So I don't know if people are paying attention to that, but it shows in the top left corner. So anyway, so here we are. So we are here as the after party to the discussion. In case people have had questions about what they've seen in the video. So last night I did the same thing. We replayed a video the day before, and last night I had an after party for that video. So fortunately for this one, we're having the after party to the video I just played right after the video was played. So here we are. All right. So again, it's September 20th, 2022. This is your brother Wujao. You're tuned into the Sesh, and appreciate everybody who is tuned in right now. And while you're tuned in, you can show your appreciation by thumbing up the video. All right. Finding something on the video that you like. I don't care if it's the picture in the background, the color. If you like the color white, thumb it up, because I got white in the shot. All right. If you like green, thumb up the video. All right. You don't have to like me, but just like the video. All right. Thumb up the video while you're here. And if you have some questions, get your questions ready. Get your pen and pads ready, because hopefully people who have questions, we can resolve and solve those questions, and everybody can learn. We can all learn tonight. All right. Now, I don't know how long I'm going to be on live. It all depends on the chat. It all depends on what questions are here. And unlike last night, I'm only going to be dealing with real questions, serious questions. I have patience. I have a high tolerance, but it only goes but so far. I don't allow my patience and tolerance to be abused, but I don't allow people who abuse people's patience and tolerance to shorten mine. So I still have the same patience, still have the same tolerance, but certain people who show a pattern of immaturity to me, certain people that show a pattern of just having bad character, period, they won't get a time of day. All right. So just want to let you all know that. Other than that, everything is everything. Everything is good. So shout out to Sundiata. See him popped up. And I think that's the only other person I didn't shout out before that I do see. So let's jump straight into it. Those of you who are watching now can't come over here to the live stream. If you have any questions, even comments, because what are your thoughts? Now, like I said, that was a lengthy video. So just to kind of break down the video, if you didn't get the chance to catch it all, or you couldn't watch it all, you had to watch a little bit, then leave, and maybe you came back and picked up on a little bit of it. Definitely take your time to watch it at some point. But the short and skinny of it is there was a discussion scheduled between Asar Imhotep and Brother Netjer. And it was originally scheduled to, it was stylized like a debate, but it wasn't. You even heard the moderator. The moderator didn't want to call it a debate. He actually called it a discussion as well. So Netjer insisted on it being a debate, and he keeps calling it a debate, but no one else involved really saw it as a debate or would even call it a debate, because it was really a discussion, and it was really a teaching moment, really. So it was scheduled, and Asar broadcasted the discussion on his channel, and so I facilitated that broadcast on his channel. So that's what you heard me say at the end. I was only a fly on the wall. I was not involved in the debate. In the discussion at all. I was only present to broadcast it on Asar Imhotep's YouTube channel, because it took place in Zoom, and it was being broadcast by the moderator side somewhere else. Okay, so we kind of simulcast it so that everyone can see it. All right, so that was how it went down. But it was Asar Imhotep who went first, and he explained, he did his thing. He gave his presentation on the meaning of the place name Kemet, and then Netjer came second. And really, you have to watch the whole thing to see what points were made, why they were made, who demonstrated what, who supported the claims being made, and things of that nature. Now, I will say this. In order to really, really follow along, you have to have an interest in this topic beyond the surface, just being nosy. Okay, for those of you who are watching or who are following these conversations, and you're just being nosy about it, then it is entertaining. So I understand why you would be interested in it for that reason. But you're not going to get much out of it if that's where you are with it. If you're just watching to be nosy, to be, to see who talks the loudest, to see if there's any gotcha moments, or see if somebody got cursed out or whatever the case is, then, you're not going to get very much out of it. To really get something out of this, you have to have a little stronger interest in the topic. And the reason why is because you have to do a little bit of homework yourself. Okay, I can't stress that enough. You're going to have to do a little bit of homework yourself, because if you don't, you're going to listen to Asar, and then you're going to listen to Netjer, and you're not going to know who's making valid points. You're not going to know why points are made, or which point has merit over the other, and so on. You're just not going to know that. And all of it's just going to sound like a bunch of information to you, and then you're going to be put in the position of who you play favoritism to, who you like the most. Some people are going to just like Netjer. Some people just like Asar. They're like, well, I'm rolling with Asar. Yeah, boy, Asar put it to him. Or some people like Netjer. Yeah, Netjer put it to him, and Netjer won that debate. So you got people say Asar won that debate, Netjer won that debate. But if you ask them to explain why they say what they say, people are unable to do it. And trust me, I've done that. So remember, this video is 4 years old. And back then, that actually occurred. When I saw it occurring, I asked people to have a discussion and explain why. And they can't. They can never do that. So again, you have to have a little more interest in it because you have to do a little homework. Now, I'm not saying you have to study, you have to get some PhDs or degrees, period. Masters, bachelor's, master's, PhD, or whatever in anything. But you definitely have to have a little stronger interest than just that surface nosiness. Okay? So keep that in mind. All right? And that's important because there's a lot of jewels dropped in the video. And it goes over a lot of people's heads. And I know that for a fact because ever since this video in 2018, the Jonny Come-Hatelys have chimed in, jumped on the bandwagon, and raised these issues without the understanding of what the issues actually are. Okay, so you have people going around making like 24 hours worth of videos trying to prove that there's an adjective Kim that means black in the Egyptian language, one, and then two, that the Egyptians used that adjective to describe things or even people. And that was never the issue. But you have people spending a lot of time doing that, sharing their screens, showing dictionaries, showing the TLA, showing articles and this, see, and then they read as if they had a eureka discovery moment. I call them Christopher Columbus type people who discover things that's already been, that's people already standing on. Christopher Columbus discovered how he discovered America, as they say, when people are already standing on the land, on the ground. So the same thing is happening here. It's because of the lack of understanding of the issues. All right, so you had that. People trying to prove Kim and people refer to things and other people as black or whatever the case is. So you got a lot of that going on. Then what's another thing that people are doing? That's really the main one that people are doing. And then you see this flip-flopping, this straddling the fence type of thing. People are confused on whether the argument is against the skin complexion of people being inspiration for the name of the country, or whether the flooding of the Nile is the inspiration for the name of the country. And where does this whole black aspect comes into play? And so all of these things that have recently come up are only coming up because of the lack of understanding and or just not knowing the history of the conversation. Okay, so I want to just jump on in. I'm looking at the chat. Shout out to Ampianki. I already shout out to Brother Zane. So if you have questions, shoot away. I want to see who's going to hit me with that first question, and or first comments on the discussion. Actually, do this if any of you all have if any of you all have watched the whole thing, or watched it originally, when it was first aired 4 years ago. What are your thoughts? Just share your thoughts then. Share your thoughts. We can start there. Share your thoughts. As y'all can see, the chat is on the screen. I think I did see a question. Jehudi Ma'at. Who is Hennessy? You said Hennessy Black. Who is Hennessy Black and these black officials that was talking about? He- did he really say Hennessy Black? Did he say Hennessy Black? Wow. I know one thing. Just so people are not confused, the word that you kept hearing, mythology, is really methodology. Methodology, not mythology. All right, methodology. I don't know what that is. I was saying methodology, maybe the study of meth labs or something, methamphetamine labs, methology, but it's methodology. All right, so remember that it's methodology, method and ology, methodology. All right. So, yeah, I'm observing the chat. So shout out to everybody in the chat. Um, and shout out to everybody who's already up to speed on these things, because that's going on too. There are people who are up to speed, and but what's crazy is people who are up to speed are also confused, but for a different reason. People who are up to speed on things and do have kind of the wherewithal. They're confused for a different reason. They're confused because it's like, why are people still arguing stuff? Like they can't, people can't figure out why is so much time being put in, or why is showing the adjective black in the dictionary, or showing how somebody can be referred to as black or something could be referred to as black. Why is that made into an argument as if something the opposite was said? So people are confused. They're like, what's going on? And they're looking for the claim that was made, because it's being hyped up. It's being hyped up big time. It's hyped up. But what's even more crazier, what's crazier, is in all this time, right? Now, this is just 4 years from that conversation. Now, the whole conversation goes back way further than that. And again, remember, we have a playlist now, and so as I premiere these videos are being put in chronological order in the playlist, and Emiket is going to be posting the link to the playlist on our channel. It's called Kemet Toponym. So we've created a playlist that's going to have all these videos related to that topic, but it's going to be in chronological order. And it says some of them are short, some of them are lengthy, so you can watch them whenever you can. But the thing is, watch them though, and watch them in their order, But it goes back. We have a video on this channel we did 6 years ago, 6 whole years ago, on the toponym Kemet and adjectives. All right. This is before this conversation. This is 2 years before this conversation ever even occurred. 2 years. And we were breaking down grammar, breaking down toponyms, demonyms, the whole thing 6 whole years ago. And so what's crazy to me is in 6 years, if you want to start there, or 4 years if you want to start there, the people that are rehashing these conversations and mischaracterizing things, they still in all this time have not studied the Egyptian language. And this is something that I talk against. See, I don't want people associated with me or people. I'm not going to be an enabler of people of mediocrity. Let me put it that way. I am not an enabler of mediocrity. I push people forward. I push people to expand, to do more, because no one's going to be associated with me or around me on these things and not be pushed. So you have people who do not study the language. So what they've done is, on their own, they've learned how to recognize some glyphs. They learn how to recognize monoliterals, biliterals, triliterals. They've learned how to use dictionaries. And that took time. But then they just stopped. They just stopped there. They just use that and then argue online, or to do this or to do that. But you can't stop there. So I'm saying in all of this time, people have gotten, complacent with just novice type stuff. And if you're familiar with me, you've been around me, you know that I've been kicking and pushing people to actually learn the language by learning the grammar since day one. All right. I myself, I teach it. I teach the language, teach the grammar, and the whole nine. And so, of course, I'm going to advocate that. And that's what I do. And so in all this time, these folks have never done it. So you get people saying some, misinformation. So in that video that just played, you can hear that it's a whole lot of time on adjectives being nouns. And I know at that time, he just discovered that. He just discovered that at that time. And these are things we've been saying for years and years and years, way before that, during that, and up until this very day. But you would know all of that if everybody would know that if they simply would just take the time out to study the language. So, we have videos on our channel breaking down different aspects of the grammar. We talk about adjectives. We talk about the different types of sentences in the Egyptian language. What else do we talk about? We talk about pronouns. We talk about genitive construction, showing possession. We talk about all these different things all throughout our archives. And our channel doesn't get the amount of exposure that some other channels or platforms may have. And that's understood. We understand that, or I understand that, because it's not sexy enough. It's not attractive. We don't have the drama. We don't have the arguing, the fussing, the fighting. We don't have people arguing to the point where any minute fight may break out, whether it's verbal or even physical, whatever the case is. See, we don't do all of that. So it's not sexy. It's not attractive. We understand that. So this is a way to people who are serious, you know where to come, you know where to go, you know where to come if you want to really, really get surgical with this information, because that's definitely what we do. All right. So we can get surgical with whatever. So that's what I'm here for. All right. So I'm here to do my best. If anybody has any questions on what they saw, like I said, that was a lengthy video. If you sat through it, man, definitely appreciate kudos for you. If you sat down, you saw a little bit, you had to leave, get up, come back, or whatever. Whether you saw it just now for the first time, or you saw it originally for the first time, we're here. So I'm looking at the chat. Shout out to brother Asar Imhotep is in the building. Everything is in the building. Uncle Majed is in the building. And I think got Monica Lamb is in the building. Monica says, y'all are so organized. Listen, you know what's crazy is, Egypt. One thing, if you don't know anything else about ancient Egypt or Kemet, the one thing that most people know about Kemet is Ma'at. Like if you say Ma'at, everybody knows about Ma'at. I don't care how you pronounce it. People know about Ma'at, and they say, you say Ma'at, people think order. People think, harmony, order, balance. Like those are the main things that people associate with Ma'at. But yet you got the most disorganized people, the most unorderly people, and the most disharmonious people talking about Egypt, talking about Kemet. That's crazy. They have no order, no structure. Everything is just random, haphazard, or whatever the case is. And anything taken serious. That's one thing about teaching. Teaching, one of the staples of a good teacher or a good teaching method and process is organizing information and how people receive that information in a well-organized fashion. because if a lot depends on how information is received by the recipient. As long as the recipient can receive information in an organized way and they file it in their mind in an organized way, it's way better, because then you don't have to go through a process of memorization where you have to memorize everything and things become robotic. If things are organized very well, you'd be surprised at the power of your mind to connect the dots, to anchor things, and to create that web without you even knowing it. Then it becomes time to recall and apply the logical processes on it. You're good to go. But that takes organization, that takes structure. And that's part of the science of teaching. Pedagogy and andragogy. Remember that. Pedagogy is the science of teaching children and everything involved with that. And andragogy is the study or science of teaching adults and everything that goes with that. And in both cases, you have to be structured. You have to be orderly. You have to understand how the mind works. All right. Anyway, so yep. Let's see. We have Uncle Majed is in the building. The correspondence is okay. So this look like this is our first question for tonight. So Ankoma, he says, the correspondences that Neb was showing with the Coptic and Nubian languages should be demonstrated for the Riparian meaning of Kemet. Okay, so yeah, well, I don't know what to do with that comment other than you're saying that I'm not sure if you're saying that he should have done that, or SAR should do that, or it should be done at this point in time, or if you have a question out of that, or whatever the case is. But just on a very, very basic level, without getting deep into any technical linguistic anything, here's something that everybody should keep in mind. I'm gonna give you a grounding in some basic logic for this question. In the place name Kemet, that is, and notice how every time we talk, we always mention place name Kemet or toponym Kemet. Remember, toponym means place name. It comes from the two Greek words, topos and onym, which means place. Topos, place, onym is name. And so the place name Kemet, here's the thing. What is the root word in that word, in the toponym of Kemet? What is the root word in the toponym Kemet? Now, what has been prevailing in the Egyptological works and things is an assumption, and I'm going to stress, bold, underline, an assumption that the root of the place name Kemet is the adjective Kem, meaning black. All right. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and post a link to the panel. Every time I post this link in the panel link, or if Emicat, if you got the panel link, if you could go ahead and post it in the chat. Emicat is holding the chat down. So we're gonna pin the link, the panel link to the top. But where was I? So this is the thing. So as a matter of fact, let me just show this. I'm gonna show this. I'm gonna take the chat. Take the chat away because I want y'all to see this big. All right, and so the panel link has been posted and it's pinned to the top. So come on with your bad self. All right, so I'm gonna share my screen because as I explain this, I'm gonna share a portion of Asar Imhotep's presentation. Make sure I get the correct one. Okay. All right. So here we are. So I think I need to make this bigger. Definitely. Well, I guess the screen part is not bigger. Okay, so as you can see, this was November 17th, 2018. This is Asar Imhotep's channel. So this is where it originally went down. All right. So I have this timestamped at 47 minutes, 57 seconds. You might say 48 minutes. So you can go there on your own time, but I'm going to play it from here. And what I want you to pay attention to is the point that Asar makes at this section. And what he's going to say is, or the point driven is the fact that there are many homographs in the Egyptian language when it comes to Kim. There are many Kims. There are many words with Kim that we would transliterate as Kim, and even in the graphs, the glyphs, there would be homographs if it weren't for the determinatives and so on and so forth. So now here's the logic. So I'm going to anchor it into a logical foundation for everyone. When it comes to the place name Kemet, what's the root of the place name Kemet? And so the running assumption has been, without doing any work whatsoever, the running assumption is that the Kim in the place name Kemet is the Kim that means the color black and not any other Kim. And so in order to tease that out, in order to confirm and verify that, you have to do the work to demonstrate that and confirm that. And that was never done. That was never done. I can ask this right now for anybody to show me any thesis, dissertation, article, book published or floating in the ether where that work was done. And you're not going to find it. So that is an assumption. And so when you hear Netjer say, assume, Asar said people assume, and this and that, that's what we're talking about. And notice that he didn't satisfy the assumption. Because Netjer in the video, Netjer went along with the same assumption because he was complaining that Asar did not compare adjectives in related languages. But the rebuttal to that, the quick and easy rebuttal to that is, Netjer, how do you know that it's the adjective that's the root in order to go compare into other languages? And on top of that, what he's accusing Asar of doing, he himself didn't do. Or excuse me, what he's accusing Asar of not doing, he himself did not do. Because why did he ignore all the other Kims in related languages? And why did he only focus on the adjective comparisons? So he is guilty of making the assumption as well. And that's important to understand. So I'm going to let this play and hopefully y'all be able to hear it. And then anybody could come on the panel. The panel link is in the chat, y'all. So I'm going to play this so you can hear it. You can hear it from what Asar is explaining. I think it should switch at this point. He's closing out whatever he's saying here, but it's going to play. So I'm going to play it.
Anyway, so I'll continue. So we're going to deal with hypothesis 1. So now we're getting into the meat of the discussion itself. So, hold on one sec. Here we go. So, as we mentioned before, the ancient Egyptian language does not record its vowels. It is consonant orientated. And so if you don't have the vowels, you don't know what the meaning, you don't know how to pronounce each and every word. And one of the problems in the argument is that there are so many Kemet words or Kim words that use the I6 hieroglyph that when it came to the ancient Egyptian place name, the toponym, they just automatically assumed that the word was Kim without any kind of verification whatsoever. And so, as an example of what I mean here, I'm taking the collagen language, which is a Nilotic language, Nilo-Saharan, so-called Nilo-Saharan language, and showing that, if we see on the left-hand side a series of words. Now, it's clear to us that these are different words, just by the way that they're spelled and the vowels in between the consonants. But if we was to extract these vowels and only leave its consonantal skeleton, we would have a similar picture how we have in Egyptian. So if, for example, we have a word, with a KMT consonant sequence, it would be erroneous for me to assume, for example, that it is from a root meaning low, a darkness, for example. So they have kimoi, darkness. And so it would be erroneous for me to assume that all these words up here are, have the same root. For example, this Kim here, to die, which is the root of this one, the late, a deceased person. It just has a T suffix. So it would be erroneous to say something like the Black Death or to black die. That wouldn't make any sense. It's easier for us to do this in a living language because we know the vowels. But in ancient Egyptian, we don't. And so the Egyptians have a method for determining what the actual root is. And those are the classifiers which we mentioned. So we can see just a few examples, and there are a lot more, of the word Kim. This is a bi-consonantal sign here. And this is what we call monoliteral. And these are this is another word here. But this is a classifier, and this is a classifier. So these are classifiers over here. And so, but these all have the same consonantal skeleton, but these are different words to perform work. The inhabitants of Erebus, to complain, the tail end of something, to make full, a serapeum, this is a location. All of these do not mean black. This is a moment in time, for example. This is a flickering or a book of wisdom. It's not a black book of wisdom. It's just a book of wisdom. The word Kim means a book. And so when it came to the place name Kemet, they just automatically just assumed without any justification whatsoever that the root is Kim black. So to further demonstrate the problem.
All right, so hopefully you all heard that. I just wanted to replay that section to drive the point home. So did that make sense? I want some interaction from the chat. Did that make sense? Hopefully you all are taking notes, because I don't want to spend another 4 years. I don't even want to spend another year on this topic, to tell you the truth. I really don't. We should be well past that. And, and I know why it keeps coming up, because the problem is greater than these conversations, really. And I'm waiting for people to catch up so that we can have the bigger conversation, which is this identity crisis that we're suffering over here in the wilderness of North America as African Americans. We got this identity crisis. We're trying to come up out of the pit of the L that our immediate ancestors took through the transatlantic slave trade. So we are grabbing and reaching for any and everything to recover from that L. And so that's the greater conversation. But anyway, so I just want to make sure. So I see that everybody, everybody's saying yes, it makes sense. So that's one of the logical groundings for this conversation. Okay, is How in the world did people come up with the root in the place name Kemet being Kim, the adjective black, and not the other ones? What work did they do to rule out those other ones? Now, we've said this for years, right? What I just said was said over and over again in the past. And I've heard people will try to be very dismissive with that logic, but they don't understand that that's a very pertinent point. That's something that you have to deal with. And people try to cover and walk past that real quick with this microwave attitude by saying, now I got to explain what black is black. Now I got to explain what black means. Since when did black stop being black? Come on, man. When does black stop being black? No, that's never been the question. Black is black is black is black is black. You know, the thing is where, by what stretch of the imagination, or actually not stretch of the imagination, because that's what they've been using, but by what scientific process did people come up with the root in the place name Kemet being the Kim that means black? I'm going to tell you what everybody's doing. They are doing exactly what they say they're doing. They're relying on the experts. So repeat this after me, y'all. Experts equal Jesus. Because the same way Christians want you to lean on Jesus, these folks want you to lean on the experts. The same way Jesus is supposed to come save people, these people want the experts to come save them out of their, save them from putting in work. Why put in work when all you have to do is just believe on the experts, accept the experts into your heart as your personal savior? I'm gonna create a T-shirt. I'm gonna put a cross, and I'm gonna put experts on the cross. With the thorns in the head and the arms nailed to the cross. The E and the T in the word expert is gonna be nailed to the cross. That's gonna be the new savior. Just like in Christianity, why try to build good character when all I have to do is be baptized and accept Jesus Christ as my personal savior, and I'm going to heaven. I'm good. So why study? Why actually read books when I got my saviors available? I got experts. I got Google. Oh, Google's gonna go on the cross too, y'all. Google is one of the saviors too. Google, experts. Those are the saviors. Those are the new saviors. Those are the black Jesuses that everybody been talking about. But we got brother West Philly Imhotep in the building. What's going on?
Peace. Nothing much. Just hearing the conversation. I didn't get to rewatch the video, the discussion debate, but I was there, so I'm pretty much remember.
Yeah, I'm about to say you definitely know what happened. So yeah, now we just finished playing it, and so I'm just giving people opportunity who may have tuned in. I didn't realize, I forgot that it was so long, 4 hours long. But so I'm just live now, trying to field out any discussions, comments, commentary, feelings, and questions about it. If anybody saw any parts of it, and really just spend off of there, spend a little time tonight doing that. So I'm glad you're here, just in case people had a question, because obviously they you were a party to the conversation, so they could hear from the horse's mouth or ask questions directly, as if you haven't answered all of them already, but somewhere. But
Indeed.
yeah.
I
But
wanted to.
and oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Uh, is my screen sharing?
Yeah, you want to put that up there? I can put it up there. There you go.
Um, so I wanted to before you move forward, because you was asking the question about showing the work and what that means and why they're all confused. What we mean by because someone keeps asking, so the experts didn't show the work, and they don't know what show the work means because again they're not involved in the field. But I wanted to bring something to explain what showing the work is uh, linguistically, is a lesson unto itself. But at least with this, they should have already been introduced to this in school. And so this is a very basic math problem here. And, we had this linear equation here, 2x minus 3 equals 5. The ultimate thing is to solve for x with the x unknown. All we know is that 2 times some number minus 3 equals 5. So there's a process. Now you can kind of guess and just kind of plug random numbers in there and hope you get 5. And that's what certain people will do. And like what you see here in on the left hand side, it's like they went 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 2 times 4 is 8 minus 3 equals 5, right? And so x equals 4, and they just give them the answer, x equals 4. But the teacher wants to know what was the process? Did you go through the correct process to prove that that is the case? And this is what we mean by showing your work. So you see the difference on the B side in terms of the process. So there's a series of steps that must happen. So the first thing is to add, for example, the 3 on both sides of the equation. And so negative positives cancel each out. And then when you add the 3, remember that when we're bringing a single number over to the other side of the equation, that the negative and positive sign switch. So since this is negative, it becomes positive. So you add the 3, and this becomes 8. And then you have 2x equals 8. And then since we have to isolate the x, we multiply, we divide the number that is going to make this number on the left hand side cancel. So, and that is divisible to well, it doesn't have to necessarily be divisible on this side. It's just on this side it has to cancel so that we can isolate the x. So in this instance, of course, it's going to be 2. So 2 divided by 2 is 1. And from math, you should know that any one of these variables here is automatically 1 times that number, whatever it is. So it's really just 1 next to it, but for simplicity's sake, we just cancel out. So, and then of course we have to do the same thing on the other side, bringing that odd balance into the equation. And 2 divided into 8 is 4. And so we've isolated the x, and we did the division over here, and so x equals 4. So this is the process of showing the work. And this is where we get this concept from mathematics, showing how you came to your conclusion, not just throwing a number out there and hoping that it sticks. And so when you go through the process, you ensure the logical process, you ensure that you can solve the problem efficiently, and you'll know how to do them in more complex situations. So this is a very simple equation, but if we was to do some more complex stuff where it's not just that easy to guess what the number is, since we had this single variable here, this is why we encourage our students to show their work as to them on how to develop proofs and how to do proofs, because proof is domain of mathematics and logic, right? So it's to help you go through the process and all the necessary steps when solving problems. And this is something that is needed in all areas of your life, especially in scholarship. So that's what's fundamentally missing from everyone that is claiming that the quote unquote experts did it. If they did it, then where is the text where they went through the steps to eliminate all the other possibilities given the KM in the KM consonant sequences in the language? And as I stated in the initial article way back in 2014, as well as what I stated in the comment section, is by what logic are we to assume that out of the KMT consonant sequence, that KM is the root? How do we not know that it is not MT, or that it is M and K is a prefix and T is a suffix? How do we nullify and falsify that hypothesis? Because remember, science is about ultimately hypothesis testing and falsifying hypotheses, so that out of all of the possibilities, given the number of experiments that we have done, it is more than likely this particular hypothesis versus the others, which have not agreed with experiment. And so, this is the nature of the conversation. And because they haven't had to do this kind of work before, it goes over a lot of their heads. And, when you keep trying to emphasize this, they think that we think that they're dumb, and they get offended, when we're trying to inform them of the process. And so their only recourse, because now they're in their feelings, is to try to jump to experts who themselves aren't experts on this, because none of them, this has not been their research question. And so we had that discussion the other day in terms of what makes an expert an expert. It is one who has addressed a particular topic over time and has done the research. That's why when people think that because you have a PhD that makes you an expert in everything in the field, and that is a no-no. You are only an expert in that which you have produced knowledge on, and that is whatever your dissertation is. And through that process, you have developed a skill set of research. And so now, after your PhD dissertation, you now become an autodidact in other areas of study. But unlike many people who are starting off as self-autodidacts, you have proven a particular skill set in a particular field of study. But just because you have that skill set in that particular field of study it does not automatically transfer into other areas for which other skills have to be obtained. And that's what these folks don't understand, and why they're blinded with PhD information. And they only use PhDs for anyone who agrees with their particular bias. Because as soon as we bring other PhDs, then all of a sudden it's an issue with them, especially if they're black African folks. You know, they the self-hating Negroes hate black folks with PhDs, and so they just automatically call them pseudo after they didn't been educated in the so-called best schools in the world.
Yep.
But you know,
Now,
that's neither here nor there.
That's important, because that came up yesterday. Brother American Dream. Even today, while this video was playing today, he came in the chat and he was basically trolling and saying that what work was done that the experts didn't already do. And then when I just asked him a question, I asked him, I said, give me the name of any book that you have read on the ancient Egyptian language, any of them. And he said none. And I'm saying, like, you don't even qualify to open your mouth about this topic. If that's your answer, you know, asking me what work, and we're saying that it hasn't been done. And so, you know, that's just people just with the hateration at that point. And so that's why he don't get a time of day anymore. But to your example that you just showed, I'm just going to show this big on the screen. If anybody, go back through your Rolodex in your mind and go back to school, you may have learned this acronym PEMDAS, which each letter stands for, parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction, which is an abbreviation for the order of operations. And if you violate that order of operations, you will come away with the wrong answer. And so I just have an example on the screen that I want everybody in chat to take a screenshot of, and then that's my homework assignment to everybody in chat right now, is to work out that problem that you see on the screen. There are no equal signs, so it's not an equation, but I want you to execute the order of operations and see what you come up with. All right, and there's a proper way to do it, which is learned as an acronym, as a word, PEMDAS. All right, so, and then you have BODMAS too, yeah. On Comajed, you see that a lot. Anyway, take a screenshot. I just want to show that real quick as a little side note. See who will get it. And you know what's crazy is, I guarantee you, everybody who don't understand the logic grounding of the whole toponym conversation, they'll probably fail at that equation right there. I mean, at that execution right there. I'm gonna start doing that. Before I have these conversations, I'm like, hey, solve this first. If you get it wrong, I'm not entertaining you. That's what I'm gonna have to do. And I know you have something else on the screen. Oh, no, that was from your presentation. Oh, yeah, I had stopped it right there. That's right. So yeah, so everybody in the chat, shout out to everybody in the chat. We got 33 people watching right now. Thumb up the video, like something on the video. Even if you don't like me, find something on the video screen and like it. Let that be your excuse. All right. If your ego needs that, Oh, I can't thumb up the video because I don't like Wujau. Well, if you like the color white, thumb it up. You got to trick your ego, man. Trick your ego. Thumb it up. But so let me look to see if any questions. Sorry, I'm not sure if you can see the chat, but if you see any questions, I might miss something.
I haven't seen anything thus far. They in their own conversation.
Okay, so I see Apep Hatem Shaban II. Egypt here, Kemet equals black soil, Deshret equals red soil. We never use the term black to describe ourselves. Oh, Egyptian here. Oh, okay. So,
Yeah,
Pep, let me
but
ask you. I just want to ask him a question real quick.
yeah,
So when you say Egyptian here, are you saying that you're an Egyptian, like you're an Egyptian national? Because it's
yeah.
I've
He
seen
he's
your name.
always comes on the he comes to everybody's chat. So
Oh,
on the
okay, okay.
internet you can be anything. He could be Russian. All I know, just a Russian bot claiming to be an Egyptian. This nigga, this fool from Colombia, so yeah, he a Mexican national. Talk about he Egyptian, but I just take him for his word for the moment, for argument's sake. It's irrelevant because they never you never see the word Kim or Kemet being used in any ancient Egyptian text to mean black soil. There's one text that I know of where, and I cite this in the text, where they're talking about the mud, and they have to use the word amat or amamat, uh, the word for mud clay, and they have to use the word Kim behind it, Kim or Kemet, behind it to describe it. In other words, it is the in order to describe the mud and the soil and the dirt as black, they have to use two words. And just like I was saying in the chat, for those who aren't familiar with the Dogon language, I don't know everything about the Dogon language, but it's one of the languages that I consult. So when he put on the screen at that time that I forgot what the word is that is used for black, he made the argument that it meant black people, and that's a no-no. It just simply means black. And so he's adding stuff in there that isn't uh, part of the word. And if you're just watching, you're just trusting that is exactly what it said. So there's no single word in the Dogon language that means black person. He made that up. And I think I called him out on it at one time. And it's even like, he'll point out in one of the dictionaries that I think in Coptic it has the entry Kim, meaning black, and then they'll say it can pertain to like any black object or a black person. And so he takes that entry and argues that, see, here's proof here that Kim means black people. But what he didn't do was read the source. And the source is the Bible. And it is the Song of Solomon. And it is that famous quote where the Ethiopian woman is telling Solomon, do not look do not look down upon me, or do not look upon me because I am black. Black as the tents of Kedar, right? And so there, it is not a single term for black person or black people. It is because Netanyahu just doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, and he doesn't read. And so it's stuff like this that it just frustrates you. Why I can't take anybody in that camp seriously.
Well,
But
he has mythology. He don't have methodology. He has mythology.
mythology.
Mythology. That's from his own words. That's what he said. Mythology. You gotta have mythology. It's the study of methamphetamine labs. But I think this 42 Tribes asking this question. I'm not sure. So listen, anybody in chat, if you have a question, make sure you preface it with at the Seshu or at Asar while he's here or whatever, so I can distinguish, you all having a chat amongst yourselves, because these chats you're taking a life of its own, just so it's clear. All right, because one thing I don't want to do, like I said, my tolerance and my patience is high, But circumstances, people take advantage of it. Then we get long-winded. And I'm gonna tell you, American Dream. He's probably listening right now. He probably don't want to type at this point. But American Dream, for a good while, people have complained about American Dream on other channels, and people have come. So he's come on this panel a couple of times, and when he first came, people in the chat was telling me like, "Would y'all no, don't let him on the channel. He's gonna do this. He's gonna do that. That's all he does." And see, if I don't know the person or whatever, and especially in this kind of environment, I will start off with a clean slate. I'm not going to be biased or persuaded, right? So I'm giving everybody a chance. So the brother came on, I think the first time, everything was okay. He came on again, it started to lean a little bit, and then the last time or the last two times, everything that people were saying just manifested itself. So lesson learned. People were correct on that. Everything they said is just manifest. And so, American Dream, if you're listening, I gave you a shot. I gave you a chance. You had to respect it. And I'm sure you did, because in the midst, because you saw the chat, because American Dream saw the people saying in the chat, but yet I'm still, given an opportunity to speak and everything like that. So anyway, I just wanted to say that, get that out the way, because
I'm
it's
quick
not gonna happen.
to hang up on my channel. You see, I rarely have these shows where I just let any and everybody on.
Yeah.
But when I do,
I'll give it a little shot.
When I do, like I'm gonna just start praying live during my channels for anybody who comes on, thinking and talking crazy. So I'm gonna revoke the spirits out of you live on the pseudo spirits of a in the name
Exorcism.
Yeah, right live on the chat.
Well, he needs one. So I thought he'd show up, because he was on the other chat. But anyway, so 42 Tribe says, do you think the work would have been done to discern Riparian if Egyptology wasn't so limp-wristed around non-Afro-Asiatic languages? So I guess it's a general question out there.
Well, first and foremost, we have to understand that the Egyptologists already understand and write in their literature that Egypt is a riparian land. We got the words from the Egyptological literature in regards to Egypt. What I did in my analysis is I just added that to the meaning of the word Kemet itself. So we got to understand these two different things. So like people are running around here like Egypt is already defined with words in the language as riparian land, without Asar Imhotep's intervention. So for them to even argue against Egypt being a riparian land, or even a word referring to it as a riparian land in its own language, is just dumb as hell. And it just shows the non-critical thinking aspect of those who are in opposition to that terminology. And so
Right.
Then there is the issue of the word Kemet itself. And again, there's a order of operations involved. And after that order of operations has been executed, and I defined, Kemet as a land with an abundance of water and vegetation, right? And sometimes I'll say water and grass and edible foods. But there's a certain type of characteristic of the land that is present even in the cognates of the word Kemet that were discovered. And all of them center around this notion of a land with a river running through it that inundates and waters its edges. That's what a riparian land is. That's why the other words that are internally cognate with Egyptian mean, and why the external cognates that were discovered also mean that. But there's an isogloss in this. And as I discussed in the upcoming text, you'll see that the cognates for the word Kemet, coming from like the Nile River area going into the Middle East, those words refer to a land with water that emerges from an inundation or flood process that waters its banks that they can use for agriculture. All the cognates relate to that type of land. But the land inward, the cognates that are more inward, going from like the west part of Sudan, going into West and Central Africa, for example, the focus isn't on a river and its inundation. It's just simply the presence of water. And the reason why this is the case is because primarily in these areas, they get their water from many different sources, either from lakes, rivers, or rain. So the general presence of water and grass and vegetation is used for those words going in that direction. And when we have something like that, usually in linguistics, when we talk about an isogloss, we're talking about phonetic features, that are kind of split in between two or more areas. But I'm using this term isogloss in this instance for the semantics of the cognates. And so the Nile River along that area, it is the cognates going, northeast into the Middle East seem to refer to lands with a river running through it that inundate. But the cognates going west is just land with just arable land with water, and that has access to water either from rain or a river, and so that's important in that conversation as well.
Yeah, definitely. The first point you made with riparian is, well, one, a lot of people weren't familiar with the term at all, right? And what's interesting is if you were to go to YouTube and search riparian, outside of ecologists or people who deal with geography and stuff like that, talking about riparian zones and the preservation of them, because a lot of governments will actually put forth laws or ordinances to protect riparian zones. So outside of those videos, there's a couple of videos where the general public is being interviewed. I think there's a video in Kenya or in a few places near Kenya, the countries in Kenya, near Kenya, and they're asking people about riparian. And the people there, some of the answers are funny because some people are assuming riparian is like a team or whatever the case is, and they actually live in a riparian country, was considered a riparian country, and so I wish I could find it real quick. I'll probably find it real quick while we're talking and show people that. But my point though is, it's interesting when new things are introduced to people that are so stubborn headed on something that they can't move, they can't make the adjustments, and so instead of bending and adjusting, they break. And so that's what I see is going on. People can't accept riparian because at first everybody was in denial of riparian period. Like, y'all the riparianites, it doesn't exist, whatever, y'all made that up. And then when you search the dictionaries, and lo and behold, you actually find a dictionary mentioning the word at least in Edebwi, and stuff like that, and they see it means riverbanks. Now they got to draw back a little bit. They got to take a couple of steps back. They're like, wait a minute, Kemet is a river. We do say Nile Valley civilization, and the word Nile is the river, so it is a river civilization. It is a civilization on the banks of a river. So people are like, oh, wait a minute, they may be
Like,
onto something, but we
like
can't let everybody else know, so we got to suppress that. But go ahead.
you notice that, when the Greeks and present scholars talk about the gift, like that, in terms of the development of Egypt and what was the gift, no one ever says, Egypt was a gift of the Mediterranean Sea
Right.
or the Red Sea. They always say Egypt was the gift of the Nile,
Yeah,
showing the
that's what.
centrality of the Nile River to its development, its functioning, its flow, you know. And so to deny the riparian characteristics of ancient, even modern Egypt
Mhm.
is just asinine. And that's how you know when you can take certain people serious or not. Because most folks ain't serious. They just need views on their YouTube page and just want to argue for no goddamn reason.
Hold up, but I know I spelled Mediterranean wrong. Egypt is the gift of the Mediterranean. There you go. That's for all the Chief X's out there. Egypt is a gift of the Mediterranean, but find that. I want somebody to find that. That's the homework. That's another homework assignment. Find that anywhere. Egypt being a gift of the Mediterranean. But we know that's not true, so let me just mark that out. But I think somebody had another question. Let me get you on the screen first while I'm fooling around. Where was it? I think there's a question. Asar, we know Egyptians came from population clusters such as Anatolian farmers, Zuzuana and Natufians, and Iber Ramarusians, and even some Neolithic Iranians. Agree or not? If not, what population? So I guess he's formulated a question out of that.
Yeah, I don't mean to curse on your channel, but in my native language and in my small village of West Philly, we say bullshit when it comes to that. Because first of all, this is why the language component is very important. If they were clusters of individuals from these areas, they would be speaking the ancient Egyptian language would be the language of those people from those areas. It is not closely related to Semitic. It's definitely not closely related to any Iranian language, Turkish, Indo-European, none of those groups. And even when those folks came to visit, those folks came to Egypt and clustered them with the other Africans further to their south. And, this is why, for example, even when, like, if you was to start reading Budge's dictionary, volume 1 at the beginning in the introduction, and he starts talking about all the correlations between the ancient Egypt and Sudan and Uganda, for example, and showing how the culture and the people who originally settled in this space come from these areas. Matter of fact, there's a good book that you can, this is one of my hidden books, but I'll share it with y'all since I've already cited from it a number of times. It is by a this kind of geologist by the name of FDP, and I don't even know what the initials stand for, but if you're going to look them up, it's going to be F.D.P. Wicker, and the text is something in the mountains of the moon. Hold on, FDP Wicker. Moon. What's the title of that day? Text,
Egypt and the Mountains of the Moon.
Yep, Egypt and the Mountains of the Moon, where he is showing that the culture moved up the Nile, coming from the Central Great Lakes. And this is a European. This isn't, this isn't the Afrocentrist, but it's out of print, and so you probably have to go to like a library to find it, or a rare books place. But that's all he does is make those particular connections and showing how these people are still, to the time of publishing the text, still have these cultural facts and artifacts, as part of the central culture and thrust of the culture in central the Great Lakes regions. Of course, where the mountains of the moon is at the beginnings of the Nile. And so, if I encourage y'all to read that text, but it's, people keep talking about these alleged these alleged folks coming from these areas and they're clustering there, but you don't find the culture there. You don't find the fauna, meaning the animals that are used, that are central to their religion and culture there. You don't find the primary concepts like Hotep and Ma'at and Amun and Ra and Osiris. All of these are internal African concepts and deities that are still found there today in these various locations, even as far as Central and West Africa. So it's a bunch of BS that, of course, you can go online and say what you want, but when it comes time for demonstration, they're out of their league. It says if you just watch how people ask questions or comments.
Sorry about that. I took it off.
Okay.
I was trying to find some. That was Sean. Yeah, that's true, Sean. He was saying, you can ascertain, some things by the questions, and that's true all across the board. But Rasulullah, peace, shout out to Rasulullah. Let me ask you, is this the brother Rasulullah from the West Coast, from Killer Priest podcast? I just want clarification because there's a lot of people with that name, and I think the brother Rasul that I know, but maybe you could answer that in the chat. But I'm showcasing your question. So he says, can you guys explain the Semitic relation to Sesh, Medew, Netcher? There are a lot of words in so-called Egyptian Arabic that show relationship, or that I think he said that show relationship.
There is no discernible relationship. What people have to understand is that the Semitic languages emerges from a convergence process. And what we mean by convergence is a good example in terms of genetically is the African Americans, for example. We are a cluster of individuals who descend from Africans, from Senegal, from Cote d'Ivoire, from Benin, from Nigeria, from Gabon, from Congo, from Mozambique, from Madagascar, and some, few remnants coming out of Morocco and the like, right? So there's a wide space and clustering of people who have been living in those areas for, you know, thousands of years. And as a result of the transatlantic slave holocaust, we have converged onto a kind of a single population, a single overarching culture. You know, all cultures have subcultures and the like. But for simplicity, you know, overall culture and development. And, you know, it doesn't emerge from a single, like the African Americans aren't the descendants primarily of the Yoruba people, right? There's no single line. The Yoruba people are not the proto people in the proto language, which, you know, from which African Americans emerged. It's the same thing with Semitic in terms of the language and people. There were different groups that were there thousands, hundreds of thousands of years. But there are Africans who, in the 5th and 4th millennium, migrated and settled into these areas. And as a result of their long-term interactions, because they were nomadic people and nomadic interactions and wars and taking of wives and you know, legal marriages and illegal marriages and all other kinds of things, and trade and commerce, you know, these Semitic languages emerge from that historical experience. So the same group of individuals who came through the Nile Valley and settled there. Some of them settled in the Middle East, as I said, and created the or merged with or converged with certain natives and stuff there. And this is how Semitic languages emerge. But also in the 4th millennium BCE, you have people coming out of the Middle East and settling into Egypt. But you also have, in this time period, Egyptians who came into the Middle East and colonized the Middle East. And for those of you who have Alluja Volume 2, and, you know, of course, going back on the inside joke here, that all roads lead back to Alluja Volume 2. But, you know, this is something that I covered, and I cite all the relevant data. Because remember, I'm also, you know, in an ongoing debate. You know, Kemet isn't my only debate, for folks that don't know. I'm also in a debate with individuals like Dr. Wesley Muhammad on the origin and, you know, evolution of the deity, which became Allah. Speaking of Rasu, Allah in the Arabic language. And so in dealing with that argument, this is when this discussion became relevant, because unknown to me at the beginning of our conversation, in terms of myself and Dr. Wesley Muhammad, I argued that, you know, because he argued that Allah came into ancient Egypt and became Ra, the god Ra in ancient Egypt. And I argued that in my first Alluja Volume 1, that more than likely they descend from the same the same term, you know, way back in a proto language. But then when I, you know, did the work from scratch in Alluja Volume 2, all of that changed. And my argument was that it was a borrowing from ancient Egyptians into Semitic. And so, of course, like any court case, you have to establish two things: that the person who you're accusing of the crime has proximity, and then, of course, motive. And so showing the proximity and motive via the archaeological record shows that these cultures have been interacting with each other long before the ancient Egyptian, the ancient Egyptian Pharaonic Society. And I know I'm being long-winded, but I'm coming to a particular point. So with that being said, what all the data shows is that the power and the prestige until the time of Muhammad and Islam and the time of I'll just keep it amongst Semitic speakers. From the 4th millennium BCE to the time of Muhammad, the power and the prestige in terms of Semitic speakers and the ancient Egyptian African speakers have always been on the side of the Egyptians. So much so that there is a text. Matter of fact, I have it in my car, and ironically, I can't remember the name. Egyptian. Let me see. Northwest Semitic names. Right. It's a. Here we go. The name of the text is, and this is by actually a Japanese Egyptologist, and the text is called Egyptian Proper Names and Loan Words in Northeast Semitic. Right. And no, that's a different article. Hold on, let me make sure. Yep, that's the name of the text. So if you the text, it's a black text. It's just a black and white cover, and the author is Yoshiyuki Wuchiki, if I'm pronouncing that correct. It almost sounds African, but I'm probably reading it African, but it ain't African. It's Chinese. And so he shows like all the names that are among the Semites in Northwest Semites. So this is the area, of course, in the Levant and going into Arabia, that are actually Egyptian names. And it'll give you the Egyptian, and then it'll give you the Hebrew, the Phoenician, the Arabic, whatever the Semitic language is, right? The Ugaritic, all of these names, and that should tell you something. And so I'm saying all that to say that, the so-called relations are more than likely the result of interactions between Semitic speakers and ancient Egyptians, especially since ancient Egyptians had colonies in the Middle East. And this is even before the campaigns of the 18th and 19th dynasty. This is, of course, in the 4th millennium BCE, they had colonies in the Levant. And so, of course, when you have people who are settling there and marrying, and they're having children and the like, they're naming their children after themselves. And then some are just abandoning, like I show a citation where it's clear that the Semitic speaking people coming out of Levant who settled into the Delta area abandoned their culture, as attested by the material culture. And so the power and the influence is, for the most part, always been on the Egyptian side up until, in terms of the Semitic speakers, up until the time of Muhammad. And that's when everything changed. So now when you go to Egypt, they speak Arabic, their religion is Arabic, their mindset, everything is Arab for the most part. Even though that Arabs are a minority in comparison to the mixed population that exists there now. So I know that was long-winded, but I hope that gave thought and clarity to the question.
All right. Let me back up. Let me go up. I was trying to check out the chat. Like I said, the chat take a life of its own. I see 42 tribes. Shout out to 42 tribes in the building. Mika, Sister Mika is in the building. Mika the second. Okay, and Pep is still speaking about the cultures and things. You know, see, I think that at some point we're gonna have to do a show, or somebody's gonna have to do a show to really explain the difference between biological, because see, the problem with a lot of these conversations is people want to mix, they want to talk about language and linguistic things, but then they always interject DNA and genome and biological things. And when they talk about people, they merge the two containers or definitions of what makes a people a people. You have a genetic population, which simply is a people that share, that cluster biologically. They have, a high affinity to have the same, set of markers and SNPs and things like that. So you define people based on the similarity of that. Then you got people who are defined based on their speech community and or culture, whatever the case is. And the two are not the same. And so people always introduce this whole DNA talk, even talk about craniums, introducing that. It's just setting the conversation backwards, because so much has moved forward from those days of those scientific racist concepts of using craniology and things to define people. And they use that to leverage against people, in a very racial way, to do any and all things to say that anything that was done great on the continent of Africa was just not African. That's basically, in a nutshell, what that thrust was back then. The late was 1700s, 1800s, and early 1900s, when, it's all the writing. And so this book called Ethnic Identities in the Land of the Pharaohs discussed all of that. It does a very good job of outlining and being very concise in explaining the scientific racism, what was used, and then the proper definition of defining of people, the we-ness versus the otherness. And people have to understand that a people are only a people based on their surroundings. It's almost like the concept of like numbers. There would be no number 2 if there was no number 1 and number 3. And so everything is like relational. Nothing exists on an island all by itself that defines it. Things are defined by their relationships to other things. And so we create words and whatnot to describe their relationship. And we tend to forget that, and people have to understand that. So I think a show needs to be done to kind of explain the difference between that, because people are mixing up everything, and it's just setting us back. It really is.
They read it, they just ignored it, or they don't understand it. Like,
Well,
it just be silly. Hold on one second. I'm gonna try to find something. National Geographic, because see, people don't understand how like biology works.
In the meantime, see, I saw, why you doing that? It was a question I thought I saw up here. Okay, so Rasul Allah had a question. I think I missed the first one. What was it? Oh, the Arabic word Musri. So he said the Arabic word Musri is said to be a Kemetic word. And so I think that is one of the example. So I asked, what Egyptian word is being used to show Musri as coming from, ancient Egyptian, Musri, because when I see Musri without seeing, the original script or text that it was written in, Musri reminds me of Misr and Musuri in Akkadian, and even the Tel Armana letters, Mushri, that are used. So I'm just curious to know what ancient Egyptian word is being said to be the source of that word, Rasul. So that's what I was asking. So I wanted to see what. Oh, so he says, wait a minute, Medjer, Majar. I know you're not. Okay, just a question. Are you talking about Magi?
Magi? I don't know.
Yeah, Magi, Magiu, Majau, the Magi, as people say. Are you talking about that word? And, I know you can't show any things in the chat, like show images or whatever the case is, but yeah, you're gonna have to elaborate, Rasul, so so we could kind of get to the bottom of it, because I don't, A Pep is asking me, so are you saying there are no anthropological differences in a Caucasoid and a Negroid skull?
See, you could just tell by the wording that he doesn't know what the hell he talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Like, if you can't play into the trolls, unscientific jargon, YouTube jargon, because then you'll find yourself in an epistemological trap, and that's what you don't want to do, right?
But
did
listen,
I share
man.
it right? No, I
Hold
didn't.
on, you sharing screen? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I did, but I shared the wrong page. Hold on.
But here's the thing. What biological means would a person propose to use to tell if somebody is a member of the Nation of Islam or not, or the members of the Los Angeles Lakers, or I guess football season is about to go now, so, or football team, or whatever the case is. See, people have to understand the concept of a people to a particular people is a concept of, it's a tacit membership where you feel like you belong to a group of people, and then you create this identity, or you become a member in this tacit identity, separate from what you would feel is a non is not you. So you have this sense of usness, we-ness, and then you have an equal opposite, a sense of they-ness and them. They and them, we and us. And whatever that is creates this membership, or creates this category of a people. And there's rules for that. So there criteria, we call it exclusionary rules and inclusionary rules. And they both are exist simultaneously. So why would you put an item in one category and not in another? You have to base it on some kind of criteria.
Why are you assuming that this troll is intelligent enough to understand what you just said?
No, I'm saying it for everybody else. I'm not even answering that question anymore, really. But that's just something that's just fundamental to all of this. What makes a people is a set of rule, inclusion and exclusionary rules. Now there are biological rules that are the base of categories. Like, for example, gender. there's a biological component of why we put people in the two categories of male and female. Those are two different categories, and they're based on a biological rule basis. And so there's a difference, and people got to understand that. But now we have the trans thing going on. We're gonna have the Man Queen coming out as a movie. I saw that meme yesterday. That was crazy. People are so upset at the title of Woman King that they're making fun and saying we're gonna have Man Queen.
Not knowing that Africans have female kings since the time of Egypt. Like Hatshepsut is a king. Like it's just dumb. Like, but of course, they haven't read I'm about to say Illusion Volume 2, but that's a bit but I wanted to show this photo real quick.
All right, let me put it on the screen there for you. All right, it's up there.
So you see that for their the National Geographic for their 125th anniversary.
Hold on, I'm sorry. One quick second. Rasul, so yeah, it is you. All right, so peace to you, brother. Maybe next time just come on the show, come on here, and we can kind of tease that out. So if you could show the glyphs or show the word that you're talking about and everything like that, we could go in on it. All right, so I just wanted to say that to you. So I don't want you to think I didn't see it or ignore you. So definitely. All right, but go ahead, Asar.
Yeah, I was saying that for the 125th issue or year, I guess issue, whatever, of the 205th anniversary issue of the National Geographic, they put together a series of images for how America will look for 2050. And you can see the sister right here, and how we'll be kind of darkening and a mixing, going on to the point. So remember, the Africans that were brought here on the slave ships were very dark. And we know this because we have photos of Africans, especially African males, on slave ships. But, as a result of the mixing, forced and voluntarily mixing here in the United States, the complexion and certain features have changed over the years. So keep in mind, this is just one of the faces on how they look. This is for 2050. So the United States hasn't been in existence for very long. It hasn't even been 500 years. So imagine ancient Egypt with their interactions with folks in the Middle East, going to the 4th millennium BCE to the current times. What are Egyptians going to ultimately end up looking like? Even if the foundation was dark, like what you see actually on the walls of Egypt, with their froze and locks and twists and all other kinds of stuff. It's going to be exactly what you see today. And so when the ancient Egyptians, when certain current Egyptians say they are Egyptians by descent, but they're also Greeks by descent. They're also Turks by descent. They're also Berbers by descent. They're also Arabs by descent. And Iranians by descent. And even Syrians by descent. And of course, Hebrews and Phoenicians and Canaanites and Dinkas and Nuer and other Nubian groups and the original, matrix and founding folks, who were those Black Africans, quote unquote, that gave, Egypt its foundational and lasting culture. And this is just something that the world is just going to have to contend with, on all sides of the argument. And so this is why I do the studies, because no one studies ancient Egypt because of the color of it, or skin colors, or even the language itself. They're studying the ideas, the culture of the people. And cultures and stuff do not emerge for Homo sapiens sapiens, even at this time, in a vacuum. There's certain things that are inherited from the mother cultures, and certain things that emerge as a result of circumstance, and certain things that are just tradition and the like. And so when we do these studies, we can do the systematic studies and showing where these cultural ideas and everything comes from. And that's why anybody who's serious about ancient Egypt and its culture and customs, when people try to argue Mediterranean and the Middle East, they be looking crazy in comparison to all of the major. Let's take all the major. You can make a list of what makes Egypt Egypt, and without it, there wouldn't be ancient Egypt. And you can find all of those things very easily in Africa, but you wouldn't find it in the Middle East or in Europe. And we've done these analyses, Europeans and Africans and everyone else, and they know for a fact. And when the Greeks and stuff came, they weren't talking about these folks were Mediterranean or whatever word they would have used at that time, or that they even looked like or clustered with anybody in the Levant or whatnot. They viewed them as Black Africans, and they said it, different folks at different time periods, all using the same words and the like, and clustering them with the Ethiopians and people further into Africa, because their look and their culture and their language was totally different from anything that emerged or was in proximity in terms of the Middle East and in Europe. And so, when you have these crazy trolls coming on the chat saying stupid stuff, like, there's a mummy with some DNA from the Middle East. Well, yeah, because of a famine in the Middle East, a lot of them came and settled into the Delta and the Fayum area. You would expect to find some folks with a DNA profile such as that, but they ignore all the other studies with the ones that cluster with the Africans further south, and in terms of just Upper Egypt and even Sudan and as far down as Uganda and South Africa. And so it's just silly at this point when you have these, because again, we don't know if these APEPs are a real person. Some Chinese Arab terrorist could have just programmed the bot to have ready-made responses, in the chat, and this is what happens. Like, I don't take nothing on this net serious anymore. This is just all crazy, mentally derived folks who have nothing else to do. Like, think about this. He comes on every program. What do you do? What life do you have? You can tell this person has no wife or kids, because what wife is going to appreciate? I guess this will be his the Egyptian equivalent to dudes being on PlayStation and all of that over here. So he gets on the net and chills in the chats and trolls chats all day. without in depth. I'm sorry.
So look, what I have on the screen is something interesting, right? If anybody's in the chat who has an Instagram account or TikTok and Instagram, you will know if you didn't notice already when I say it, you think back, be like, oh wow, that is kind of crazy. Notice how the look of at least what's been on social media, this push for a certain look has all kind of merged and been consolidated into like a similar look. And so, excuse me, the girl that you see on the right hand side, and this bigger picture to the right hand side, is similar to like a typical look now that people are going for in term. Now we're in 2022 because I saw somebody in the chat said 2050 is probably too soon, maybe 2250. But if you look at what's happening now remember, all this stuff happens slow, like evolution. Evolution is a very slow paced thing. And in real time, you don't notice these changes. It's only when you separate one instance and create a bigger gap between another instance, and you compare the two instances with a larger gap. The larger the gap between two snapshots, the greater differences you're going to see. So if like it's a clock, if you look at the second hand on the clock, if you stare at the clock, it looks like time doesn't move. But if you look at the clock, walk away, do something, come back, the clock looked like it moved, obviously, right? So if you really think about it in real time and compare the look that's being portrayed by people and what people are going for, whether it's cosmetically done, surgically done, you can see the drive for this similarities in these looks. And it's also on a biological level because, people are, over time, marrying whoever they have feelings for, whatever the case is, and it's producing what we're seeing. So if you look at this girl here on the on the right hand side, that's a typical look. It's almost like that Kardashian look, that Kim Kardashian and the Kardashians look, that people are going for. What, like I said, whether it's makeup driven or even on a biological level, but it's with the eyelashes, the shaping of the eyebrows, the contours of the nose, and what people are doing to their lips to make them look a certain way. And so if this is being portrayed as beauty, then people are going to do anything and everything to try to achieve it. And a lot of these things happen on a subconscious level of influence. That's how these influence operate on a psychological level. And so people are going to do these things. Because remember, back in the day, I know, back in my days, it was all about good hair. Oh, you got some good hair. You got good hair. Oh, you got that Indian in you. That was a big thing. Remember when light skinned guys like me were in style? Like we were in style, on and popping. Then we got suppressed and taken over. And then you got light skinned dudes today making a bad name. Like, we never gonna come back in style. But certain generations, you have certain things are pushed and coming into style. So anyway, I just wanted to point this out, that we can even see it in real time if we just pay attention to the look. Now, like I said, some of this is not based on biology. You got the what do you call it, BBLs or BDLs, whatever you call it. You got the plastic surgery stuff going on, and then the makeup. People getting real creative with makeup. You got the eyelashes, and all of the likes. You got the lace fronts and things, but they're doing all this stuff to create a certain look. All right, so I just wanted to put that out there, and it's just something pulled up real fast. You see, why do all black Instagram models look the same as the search clicked on? And I'm telling you, you'll see it. All the so-called celebrities, the social media celebrities, the so-called influencers, they all have the same look. Look at Black China. Look at what's another one? Just look at Love and Hip Hop. whatever iteration it is, whether it's Love and Hip Hop New York, Love and Hip Hop Miami, Love and Hip Hop California or LA, whatever. Look at that. Look at Basketball Wives. Look at all the reality TV shows. And you know, there it's a certain look. But anyway, just wanted to share that with y'all. Take this off the screen. Going through the chat. Anything else?
In biological terms, that would be called sexual selection.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Sexual
like
selection.
and it's all connected to, again, power and prestige and power relationships. And so, but there's many factors going on in Egypt, especially since many have fled further south. So it leaves a vacuum for which people can come in. It's just like when the Europeans came into the United States, and because they were filthy and dirty, and had diseases that the Native Americans weren't immune to, it killed off a great number of their populations, along with the subsequent Indian wars. It drastically reduced the population. So now when you go to a lot of places in America, you see a whole bunch of white folks like they just been there. But that's not the case in terms of history. Some tried to stay and fight. Others were killed off either by the wars or from diseases such as smallpox. And others fled areas. So when populations move and migrate, it leaves a vacuum for which colonizers and others can come in and migrate. And this is exactly what happened in Kemet, and it's still, and we know this is the case here. One, because when the Greeks were describing the ancient Egyptians, they were there at a time after a lot of intermixing and a lot of migrations. And for folks keep saying that there isn't, quote unquote evidence of large migrations, the ancient Egyptians themselves in the papyri talked about, these great waves of foreigners coming into Egypt. And so even at this time, at the time of the Greeks in the Roman period between 332 BCE and 60 BCE, the Greeks were still describing, they knew who the Egyptians were and how to describe them properly and match them just as we see as their own depictions of themselves on the wall. So one has to wonder why, if like if we was to use the avatar of a Pep as the standard model of a quote unquote Egyptian, why they never depicted themselves in great numbers on any of the Egyptian walls in the history with their present color and hairstyles and hair textures and the like.
Right.
You challenge any of them to find a photo of a group of 10 or more Egyptians in a painting that have the skin complexion that they currently have right now. It's crickets. Well, I'm sorry.
Well,
go
the
ahead.
link. No, I'm just saying the link is in the chat. It's pinned to the top. Pep, if you feel that you want to make a point and can demonstrate support for your point, you can click the link, share your screen if need be, or what have you. All right, so you make it easy on all of us by doing so. All right. Just want to put that out there. The link has been posted for this from the whole time we've been on live. All right. And one other thing, just wanted to straighten out real quick. This comment here He said, "You guys are on a 10-hour live streams during the day. Then I jump on the chat 10 at night, and I'm the loser." Pep, if you did not notice, brother, well, I'm not gonna. I don't even know if you're a brother or not, but if you did not notice that the video was played earlier was a Premiere video. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Premieres. Those are automated, and in fact, I wasn't even watching it as it was playing. So, just to bring you up to speed in the 21st century with the features of Google and YouTube, you can actually upload videos and schedule them to play as a premiere, or schedule them to upload and become publicly available at any given time. Just in case you didn't know that, just letting you know that, so that you don't make
I
comments
personally
like
don't
that.
be on them damn 8-10 hour live streams. I ain't got much goddamn time in the world. Matter of fact, I'm gonna be ending this soon because I got homework and stuff to study for. So, because I'm perpetually in school and in class, picking up new skills to intellectually beat y'all ass with in these internet streets. And so that's just how I do.
I'm looking for questions more specific to the video that was played earlier. And see, every time I do this, I
You get
notice.
distracted. That's what it is.
Oh, well, it's not actually me, really.
Yeah, it is, because you're the one who read and answer the questions. So you can ignore all the APEP's soliloquy or silly
Yeah. No,
and find the right questions in
but
the chat.
but that part. See, that part right there. That part right there. That's what I'm saying. If I were to ignore, if I only look for questions strictly related to the video, there's no need for me to even go live after, because it just doesn't happen. It's very, very few. And I'm glad Uncle Majed popped on here. Maybe we'll get a good conversation now. So Uncle Majed, I'm about to pop you in here. Peace to you, brother. And
Peace, peace.
maybe we'll get some good conversations going on here. Now let's see what you're working with. What you got tonight?
I think he
Blessing,
really is
blessing.
APEP. He used 2 accounts.
He got that's his alter ego.
Yeah.
Nah. The blessings, man. I watched the video, and it's my first time really hearing Netaneb argument, or his side of the conversation, right? So, but what I find was interesting is a part where he talking about well, first thing I want to know, how Asar opinion on how relevant is the Coptic words towards like reconstruction or related to ancient Medew.
It's relevant but irrelevant. And the reason why I say that is because, as we mentioned, see, this is what they keep avoiding and keep trying to run around. There are different words in the ancient Egyptian language that have the KM consonant sequence. By the time you get to Coptic, there's only 2 words left: the word for black and the word for Egypt. That originate from this previous time. So you can't use Coptic because you have no way to falsify all of the other meanings of words that have a KM consonant sequence, because they don't exist in Coptic times. You get what I'm saying? So you have to go back to the earliest times where all of the forms exist in the language, to the old, middle, and at the latest, the New Kingdom text. Secondly, Coptic loses the benefits of the hieroglyphic script, which are the determinatives, which we call the classifiers. Because the classifiers, or quote unquote determinatives, put the word in a particular class. You know, it's just like when we talk about you know, class on a human level and the caste system. Like, you know, there's different levels and layers in which certain groups based upon power relations, you know, belong to, and there's a certain you know, intrinsic meaning and value to belonging in those particular caste or quote unquote classes. It's the same ultimately when you're looking at the ancient Egyptian language. It tell you what class that the words belong in. And so when the Copts switched over to the Greek alphabet and abandoned the hieroglyphic script because they thought it was devilish or demonic or pagan, quote unquote, which is odd for a people in terms of their own language and tradition. That's another conversation for another time. You know, they got rid of most of, essentially they got rid of the evidence. Like they did a crime and they tried to clean up the crime scene with bleach. That's what the cops did. And so in regards to this particular question and regarding Kemet, you always go with the older. Because by Coptic times, there's another issue that you have to deal with in linguistics called diglossia. And diglossia is when you exist in a future time period, but you have access to an older time period in terms of records and their language. So for maybe religious purposes, like the Catholic Church does, no one speaks the Latin language. Latin is dead. It is a dead language by all intents and purposes. However, it survives as a liturgical language amongst the Catholic Church. So you have priests and things who will write from it. And then, of course, you have scholars who will borrow Latin words like they do Greek words to kind of name certain things, whether in biology or some other, you know, any kind of field of study. They'll borrow terms and words from these ancient times and bring them back, you know, into their time, which is the future for, you know, example, the Latin speakers. And it would be the same even for Coptic speakers who have access to Old and Middle Kingdom text. So to avoid that, you just go straight to the Old and Middle Kingdom text so that, you know, you can eliminate diglossia as a reason for its existence in the latest periods. You know, and that's just one means of doing that.
Okay. And so, well, do you agree with some of the sound correspondences that you were showing with the Nubian languages?
I don't trust anything from Net or Ned.
But
I don't even trust that was Net or Ned.
Did you get any chance to review it at all?
I'm sorry?
Or like, if he was getting any chance to like review any of what he put up to check his veracity.
I checked some of the stuff, and some of the stuff was just incorrect. Like I said, like for example, he was like there was I don't even know if Wujawu can even find that slide, but there's a slide that he has where he's comparing the word Kemet, the name of the country, to a Dogon word that means black. Now the word in Dogon is just the adjective black. That's all it means. But he thinks that, you know, we don't have access to Dogon dictionaries and even people for that matter. And with how he defines it on the screen is it means black people. And then he defines the word Kemet as black people. So then he puts that in his correspondence and says these are cognates. And that is not the case. And it's just he doesn't know what he's doing. He may have learned something by now, but especially then he didn't know what he was doing.
Okay.
And so, you know, there's a lot of chance lookalikes and just irresponsible.
I have something on the screen. Is this
Right.
what you're referring to? No,
Nah.
you can see your screen. Not that one.
I can see your screen, but no, he was doing some comparisons. You'll see it, and it'll have some Dogon or something like that. Either Dogon or it was definitely Dogon on the screen in terms of his comparisons. So it'll be some word comparisons.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm just scrubbing through.
And
You see,
quickly,
hold on.
Quickly, brother.
Go back. So this isn't the slide, but you see what he does here? He says blacks, black folk. And then he defines this as Kemet tu, and also he'll use it as like Kemet tu. There's no graphical representation here that you would define this as Kemet tu, first and foremost. And then there's no dictionary whatsoever that has this defined as black folks or the blacks.
So he created that entry. That's what you're saying?
Yes, he created that entry. And so if you're going to do your comparisons, you do it as you cite it as it is stated in the source dictionary or whatever literature you found it from, as far as the standard. And then from there, you can do some etymological work and then prove your case in terms of an alternative meaning. But you don't do it in a situation like this, because you notice that he doesn't define Desheret as the land of the red people. Like, he doesn't apply logic to what he's doing, but he's just making up meanings here. And then, like in another instance, as I said before, you know, he found in a Coptic dictionary a word kim, meaning black. However, in the Coptic dictionary, it says it could pertain to any kind of person, or like any object or person or black person. But it's not any. They gave a source, and the source was the Song of Solomon. And in the Song of Solomon is when the Ethiopian woman comes up to him and says, you know, do not look upon me, like do not look down upon me, because I am black, dark as the tents of Kedar. I'm sorry. And if you know about the nomadic tents and the Kedar people and their black tents, like, it's very dark. And so some people argue that this isn't meaning black skin, that it has to deal with some kind of like ill feelings or like, you know, kind of dark or sad. I don't know what kind of excuses they came up with, you know, but the woman was Ethiopian first and foremost. So, and it wasn't modern Ethiopia, it was Sudan Ethiopia, so where some of the darkest people exist. But looks like you're trying to.
I'm showing. So look, let me just show this while I had this up and you pointed it out. Here, Netjer has in his first row, second column, he has the I6 bread loaf, man, woman, and the plural stroke determinative or three-stroke determinative. He defines it as blacks and then black folk, which is plural. And so he transliterates it as Kemet tu, right? And I had an online argument or back and forth with him that I showed in the previous video, and I want y'all to check it out, where I let him know that there's no such feminine plural that's transliterated as TW ending. And so this is what I'm showing here on this slide here. Whenever you see the above word transliterated as Kemet 2, it is done in error. And this is because people did that. Netjer and I think one other person kept doing that at the time. And so just to read this real quick, whenever you see the above word transliterated as Kemet 2, is done in error. The above word is a feminine singular collective and is properly transliterated as Kemet. If it were a feminine plural, it would be transliterated as Kemut or Kimwet, where the WT ending denotes feminine and plural and not TW. See, there is no such feminine plural ending as TW. And Netjer at the time, and he probably still believes this, that it is TW. And he's going against all of his revered teachers by making that claim. And then I just go on to say gender and number are grammatical features taught on the beginner's level of the language. And then more example of masculine and feminine collectives. So I have Masha or Mesha, which is an army or troop. That's a masculine collective. And then you have Menmenet, a herd, which is a feminine collective. But these are grammatically treated as singular though. And we know that because of the phenomenon called syntactic concordance, where the gender and number must match in terms of whatever words that are associated with, such as adjectives and the likes. All right. So anyway, just wanted to point that out.
I wanted to point this out as well, that, we got to remember that the three strokes in a word does not automatically depict plural.
Yeah.
It is also used for the abstract, and probably some other things that we just haven't discovered yet, because you'll find the three plural strokes on words that are referring to a single person. And so it's not like the example that you just gave with the troop, the army, where you can argue it is a collective. We're talking about a single person, like a carpenter, a da-da-da, like the three strokes at the end of these words is not grammatical. You don't add a grammatical morpheme to it because of the presence of the three strokes. And so that word is just Kemet, the KM.T, as you see here. Oh, I mean, in the previous slide or whatnot. But I think
you were talking about this one before, not your point about the Dogon, the words and stuff, but you were saying something about translating Kim as dark-skinned persons from the Coptic, which was really a dictionary.
Yeah, this is
saying
one.
Go to the is really referencing the Bible being translated into
Coptic. Exactly. So it's not even an Egyptian. It's not even an Egyptian reference from an Egyptian mind. They're referencing a story in the Bible in the Song of Solomon. And so that this is not an indigenous phrase. It is not even you see how what I mean when he defines the single word that simply means black as black person. And that's erroneous, because the word you would have to use to describe the noun. So you would need a separate, you never see, Remech Kim. Like, I have yet to see that in a text. Remech Kim.
I'm trying to find what you were looking for. If I scrub through, if you see it, let me know. I'm just scrubbing through.
Go back. No, I thought I saw one that.
This one here.
Is that Remech? What is it? Because I see a. Is he saying Remech there for people? Yeah, because he put black. Okay, go. No, that's not it. I just saw people, so I wanted to see if it was he meant black people as Uh,
Oh, here's things starting with the Dogon Tomo Soul. So yeah, wise man, the grave, ground, stretch, give, people, mankind. Rim, you talking about on the right, the top right box.
no,
Rim,
that's not.
people, man, mankind.
No, it's he was. I don't think it even looked like this. It looked like one of those kind of brownish. It may. So see, even like with this Dungalang Uruman, be black, and he said, you see how even in the Nubian Dongalawi, the room Mary, like in order to say black people, you would have to change something. Like you couldn't just use a simple word for black to mean black people. Something would have to change in the thing.
All right.
And that's how he defines it in
But
the
like how we seen on this slide, on that slide, the previous slide there.
What? I'm sorry. Let me
What
go
we
back.
know,
Sorry.
what I are now talking about there. Yeah?
That one.
With the Urumal and the Dongolawi, the one there. So
go ahead, I'm sorry.
yeah. So would you agree with agreeing with this sound correspondence?
See, the thing is I don't train work, so I would have to go back and do it myself.
Mm-hmm.
And so, which you're supposed to do anyway, But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Because I would think that if it is that a way to verify what he would be saying, then would be to check if these correspondences are correct, because if it is that it have the KM consonant sequence, meaning black in these African languages, then you could more make an argument that the root of the chem is really the black then. You know?
Wait. Let me say this. Stop the press. See, one of the first, and Asar, I think you mentioned this. There's an assumption at this point to do this work that you see on the screen. You have already sold yourself on an assumption.
I understand what you mean. You come like it's you done saying this KM is black already. But
yes, that you're examining, you're doing the comparative work based on an already biased position by saying that the root word in the toponym Kemet is the adjective Kim. And so now with that bias in place, now you're going to compare with other words in African languages for the word black, while you're ignoring all of the other instances or possibilities of Kim and all the other meanings in the Egyptian language. And you're not doing that work.
I'm a show
away from doing that, right? Let's say we take out the Egyptian language out of it, and you compare with the other African languages that have that consonant sequence, what's saying black. You understand? It come like it don't really rely on if it's an assumption of the Kemetic the Kem meaning black in ancient Egyptian. You understand what I say?
Yeah, but see, Asar has done that, and he showed it in the video. So like, I got the freeze frame when Asar.
I can show him like an example right now.
All right.
So matter of fact, let me scroll here just a little bit.
While you find it though, I want to just make sure that everybody in the chat is following the point, because a lot of times these small points get missed, and then it flies by over people's heads. So the issue is, and I said this earlier, the issue is one of the first stumbling blocks or speed bumps in the road is to determine the root, the semantic meaning of the root of the word in your comparisons. Then you go on to compare different morphemes within the word, but you have to determine the root, and there's a way that you determine that. So to assume that the Kim in the toponym Kemet is black would be a bias, and then you're gonna base your work
All right.
around that.
Let me
And
let me make a little
go.
comment to Fourteen a little comment. It wouldn't be the Kemet. All right. So you would, let's say, the Proto Bantu, right? Because if I don't know, it would be the Proto language to the family of language, to the daughter languages, right? So in the Proto language, I suppose this question would be to Asar. What would be the root for black in Proto-Bantu then?
I deal with that in the upcoming text. That's a lesson unto itself. But I wanna before we veer off into another question, I wanna deal with the previous issue first, right? So let me know when it's on the screen.
Yeah, it's on the screen.
It's on the screen.
Alrighty. So
Can you see it, Uncle Omar? I'll make sure everybody can see it.
Yeah, man.
All right, go ahead.
Alrighty. I am comparing Kikongo, which is a language in the Democratic Republic of Congo in Central West Africa, with Egyptian, and you know that I use Chikam, right? And so Kikongo is in the left-hand side, and Egyptian is in the middle, and then the sound correspondences, the sounds that are mapping between the two languages in the right column. So as you can see, so you see what Netjer did. He only is looking at the words for black in these different languages. But what he doesn't do is compare the other KM words in Egyptian in those same languages to discern the sound correspondences for the homographs. So we have this word here: Kim, service, goal, completion, pay, right? In Congo, we have this word ongo, to win and go. I found a source that actually has the word win for Kim, right? That goes along with this. So we have this word in Egyptian, sakim, a kind of fowl. Most people would assume that it's a black bird because of Kim is black. But in Kikongo, we have Nkanga, guinea fowl. In Kim, we have this root meaning to groan or lament. There's a form in the demonic kimi, which means to cry out. And then there's a sound, internal sound change in correspondence where the K becomes either the I or the J sound. So I include this in the mix as well, yim, meaning to lament. And it corresponds with kunga, moan, grunt, groan in Kikongo. So you see how even though the vowels are different in these words, the first initial consonant K, and then this sound cluster here, and this is how we represent it in IPA right here, are consistent with these words. So we have Nkongi, a long neck calabash. So a calabash is a kind of a gourd or a container that holds liquids. And so you have this word here, kemet, a jar, a vessel. We have this word kwanga, to cut, fell, chop, saw, scratch. And then you have ikim, to tear out. Then we have, it switches a little bit, but I include these in here because we already did an internal correspondence in Egyptian that shows that KM consonant sequence corresponds internally to dotted AM as well as M.H. The syllables are switched between these words, as well as because M becomes W, We include .hw as well. So notice the consistency, even when the form changes in Egyptian, the form remains the same in Kikongo. So konga, to pluck, gather large fruit. Hui, to gather crops to harvest. Mukongo, Iron Congo, hunter. Chikongo, spear, javelin. This time it's the end. That's why I always have, when it's the inverse like this, I usually put that in brackets here. You know, hunter, fish spearer. Kangal, it has a al suffix or the l suffix to walk about, to travel. Then you have him, to tread. You have ingangu, ingangal, ingangula, various different variations of this word. You know, himu, to be skilled, to be skillful. This variation here, him wawa, if you want to say that, craftsman, expert, carpenter, him t, miner, metal worker. So, you know, when you hear about an nganga in Congo, or you heard like Fukiao, you know, who was an nganga, he was a him, and they'll have a him Netjer. So if you have an nganga in Gole, nganga in Gola, it is the same phraseology, just in Congo. See, this is what he can't do in a number of them languages. You have gang, make, back. So now the K here is now voice. So now we're dealing with the voice. So it's G sound. And so we see consistently, because we always have to have a minimum of 3 correspondences to show a pattern. Gong, do, himu, produce, build, make a craft. And gongo, the contrary to one's wishes, the opposite to one's will, unwillingness, aversion, dislike, objection, reluctance, disavow, dissent. Hemim, to oppose. So you can see consistently here that I set up, the reason why I'm doing this is because I'm trying to set up the sound laws or the sound correspondences. And now that I've done this for Kikongo, I can go into Congo language knowing that the form that is going to be cognate with the word Kemet, you know, saying the landmass Egypt or whatnot, is going to have a K dash, you know, NG form.
I understand. So I suppose the thing what I'm really trying to get at then is, have you been able to get correspondences in other languages of the KM sequence would carry the same meaning of a watered land or riparian land? Like,
yes, in Chiluba it's going to be Nkanda. In Sumerian is going to be Kiduru. In Hebrew is going to be Gan, as in the Gan Be Eden, the garden in Eden. Like there's I give so many internal and external cognates for the word Kemet that they all correspond along those lines.
Along the riparian connotation.
Well, I don't know if you were here earlier for when I stated there's actually a split. There's an underlying fundamental meaning in terms of simply a pasturage, you know, with an abundance of grass and water, right? Like that's the fundamental description of the type of land that the word Kemet is cognate with, or Kemet means. However, there's a slight nuance in the languages, like on the right hand side of the Nile going up into the Middle East, because for those languages, the word that is cognate with ancient Egyptian Kemet has to deal with the same type of land, except the abundance of water is based on the presence of a river that inundates and floods the shores. Whereas the cognates inland, where they get their water primarily from a lake and rain, as well as rivers, they have multiple water sources. There's not an emphasis on a flooding river in terms of that definition. So it's just a place with an abundance of vegetation and water.
I understand.
You get what I'm saying? So you know, it's in the case of ancient Kemet, it's a riparian, you know, and for the Sumerians as well as the Hebrews, for the cognates in that area. But when you get into like Central Africa, because the word Congo itself is cognate with the word Kemet. And so that's what we're demonstrating here. And I do this in another set of tables in the text. So what you're looking at here is my upcoming text. Right.
I understand. So the K and the NG is the M and the K is the K in the Congo. And to Kemet.
Yeah, so this is how I map my correspondences here. So it reads, you know, on the top, the first consonant position. So Kikongo K corresponds to ancient Egyptian K. And then in the second consonant position, because this is a cluster here, this ng, and we represent it with these two graphemes. I'm sorry, with these two graphemes here, this ng corresponds to the M in ancient Egyptian. So you see how I have these dashes either behind or in front of the phoneme. So this lets you know that this is the first consonant because the word comes after the K, right? And then that this is the second consonant position, and so the essential vowels and the first consonant come before it. So that's why that dash is before it. So you can kind of, you know, follow along here. Now, if ancient Egyptian had written out their vowels, then we can do a separate correspondence list for the vowels inside and match the vowels and to see what is going on here. But even with that, you know, there's many different. So look at how I do this in terms of Chiluba, right? The neighbor of the Kikongos. For them, it is not KNG, it is KND, which is really an L sound. And so when the L is preceded by a nasal sound, or more specifically the N, the L turns into D. That's the mathematical rule. So you have Ekim to tear out, and then you have its other dialectical variation, Gim to tear. And then Chiluba is Kanda to separate. You have Kim, finish and complete. Kanda, complete, whole, perfect, exact. Now this one may be a little controversial, but there's a reason for this correspondence, which I explained in the text in terms of Kimiyet, a book of wisdom, and then Mukanda, book, paper, letter. And you know, one source will say that this is actually a loan into Chiluba, but the root of it is native to Chiluba because it has to deal with leather. And so the idea of leather, skin, hide, when you put the mu prefix in front of it, it becomes the word for book, paper, leather, or whatnot. And even in the Egyptian, they have kim, a kim root. I forgot if it's a prefix or suffix dealing with leather in the language. And so then, of course, with a book and things. So this one's going to be a little bit controversial and needs some explaining. So, you know, you can put a kind of a maybe on this line. I may reduce it to the last But even this is shield and protection. And I have a note showing that there had to be a Kim meaning to block, to kind of dam, or to prevent in the language based on the internal cognates. And it corresponds to kinda to prevent, to prohibit, to refuse. That's why you have a Kim word, which is a fort town. And it has the determinative of the walls and things of this nature, because there was a root in the language meaning to block, but there was a sound shift in Egyptian where K became sh and M became N. So the cognates, so one of the internal cognates for the KM consonant sequence is shin. So like when you have shin for hair, or shinny for shield and things of that nature, all of that is based upon this. So there was I don't know if there was a push or a pull chain, and something that we try to discover often in historical comparative linguistics. But there was a shift in the pronunciation. So the archaic word that may have not even, really kind of been, pronounced, or that was more liturgical, so to be an issue of diglossia even amongst the Egyptians, or there was a totally different language or dialect for where the language shift did not, the sound shift did not happen yet. So anyway, so Kim, annihilation, and this other internal cognate, gim, break, to smash, to tear, gim, to grind, mukanda, to pound, etc., etc. And here's the one I was talking about. So Kim, black leather, and then Nkanda, skin, hide, peel, rind, barks, covering, integument, a bundle of cloth done up in the skin, hence any bundle of cloth, leather, parchment, paper, book, a pistol, letter, note, etc., etc. And so I redefine, here's one where I do redefine Kim Wer as power, great bull, king. And even still, you have his dialectical variation, dotted HM, meaning chief or majesty, which would be Ngenda, a title, nobility, dignity, and rank. And then I define Kemet, Egypt, of course, the country, irrigated land, nation, etc. Chin, kind of piece of land, field, part of a field being plowed in a day. And then we go into their sound correspondences, because there was a between the K and the G sound. And so now the other forms of the words, have a GM sound, and they also correspond to what you see here. So like you would have to do all of this so that what is the form in the other languages, so that you can discover the possible meaning, of the unknown word, or the unknown meaning for the word that exists in the primary language of which you're trying to discover. But the first thing that you have to do is that you have to set the internal and external sound correspondences so that you know what to predict, because again, we're doing academic and we're doing scientific work. So you have to be able to have a process to where you can make predictions. So based on these sound correspondences, I can predict that whatever the cognate is for Egyptian Kemet, it's going to have as its root a K-ND consonant form and consonant sequence. And so the added criterion that I added, that doesn't make sense. the criterion that I added to make this more rigorous is that the word itself that you argue is the cognate, it has to coincide with the determinatives of the word in the Egyptian language. So when we have, for example, Kemet here, the word that we just in parentheses have, Egypt, meaning the country, the land, etc. We have the word Kemet with determinatives for land and irrigated land and dealing with farming and the like. And so when I have chi and kanda, and note that this chi in chi and kanda is cognate with t, which I show grammatically, which I showed in that video, and which I show again, of course, in this text. So this is Kemet, except their t is prefixed and it's chi in Chiluba. So when I see a piece of land, a field, part of a field being plowed in a day, in other words, farmland, it matches and coincide not only in terms of its form, its grammar, because of the presence of the chi, and which is prefixed in Chiluba, but the t is suffixed in Egyptian, and meaning, and that meaning coincides with the determinatives or the classifiers. This is how we know that this is a cognate in the Chiluba language for the word Kemet. Because we've matched everything. Root, grammatical morpheme, and the classifiers. So we're hitting them with the Trinity, which they can do in which Netjer is unable to do in the forms that he's tried to relate to Egyptians. So I hope that brought a little clarity. It's explained more eloquently in the text that you can follow, but
Yeah, that was good. I think the last slide you showed there was showing exactly what I was talking about, asking about.
Yeah, you have to show the other forms to know what the exact forms are going to be in the proposed language for proposed cognate. And so this is something he's just not going to be able to get away with. Well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, as you were talking, you were sharing your screen, but I was looking for the kind of corresponding slides that you were using during that discussion 4 years ago. So here's one that you used for demonstrating the so-called feminine T, which that morpheme, it's cognate pretty much in the Chiluba language here. So T corresponds to chi, 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 chi on the Chiluba side, showing regularity there. I think you just mentioned that a little bit, and I was looking for the other one. And I know you had this one here.
Yeah, well, that was in a context of, like, if you can go back the previous slide, so I could, kind of reemphasize what exactly was going on. And so,
where did it go? Right? Nope. Where'd it go? Right there. That one.
No, it had that one. That one right there. Yeah. So, in ancient Egyptian, several T's kind of merged together, but you can tell that they had some semblance of distinguishing the T's, and that's why I say so-called feminine T, because a feminine T doesn't change the meaning or change the state, of a word. But in many of these cases, that is not the case. But So if you were just, you wouldn't say that the chi in Chiluba is a feminine chi. It is a noun prefix for a class. It's a classifier. So how the ancient Egyptian has a pictorial classifier system, the Chiluba language has a grammatical and morphological classifier system. And so we're seeing that this T is a particular class. It corresponds to this nominal class, which is class 7, which is either pronounced ki or chi or she, depending on dialect. But in Chiluba, it's either ki or she. But as you can see, like these words here are the same, and these are how they're presented in the Chiluba dictionary. So they're not my grammatical additions to the word saying that they could be this. This is exactly how it is found in the dictionary. So, Memet, an edible plant, and its fruit is chimuma, fruit, orange, and also fetus. Moot, we always say mut or moot, but it'll probably be closer to Chiluba, Chimamu, or Chimawu, my mother, mom, maternal aunt. And some would say pipette, a plant, but you have Chipupu, foliage, and net, a herd, cattle, and then Chimuna, a domestic animal. And the reduplication kind of increases the number and makes it almost a kind of a collective in a sense, in terms of this doubling the noun. And then we have miniet, root, medical, and then chimini, what grows, a seed or plant. And what I did at the bottom here is the grammar test, is I showed that, so these words that you see on the top are cognates with each other. But the words at the bottom are, I do not believe they are cognates. But it's interesting that the same words, even in both languages, for wall and floor, and more detailed in Chiluba, wall, dirt road, and clay floor, but nonetheless, these are essentially the same meanings. So different words with different forms, but have the same meaning, and they're both have the same grammatical morpheme. This eliminates chance and coincidence in terms of this feature in the language. And as I predicted that, given this, we should see the chi prefix on place names or just words for places in general, which you see in ancient Egyptian, and that was that other slide that you showed, which was that one there. So Chiminga, city, town, urban center. Chipapu, a flat surface, a region. Chikulu or Chikolo, a site of abandoned village. Chilamba, a bridge. Chikumbi, stable, fence. Chidwaya, tomb, grave. And in Kiswahili, you would say Kijiji, a village, right? And so the same, it functions in the same grammatical way that you would find in ancient Egyptian. I think there was another slide where you can see places and whatnot, and place names suffixed by T in the ancient Egyptian language, as you can see there, right?
Jet, net, shindet, iwit, wepwet, wershet, huet, hayet, shemimet.
See, these are the kinds of things that you have to show when you're doing linguistic work. And this is just the beginning, the basis of the etymological study. And so, of course, this was going over his head because he never done this kind of work before. And he was kind of learning on the spot. And that's why he was using linguistic words all kind of wrong in the discussion, and why he was just saying stuff that just don't make sense, because he was trying to rush to try to learn something just so he can argue, and he didn't know the process and why I was doing what I'm doing. And then you can see the same function here in Sumerian. It has the same function as what we see in Chiluba and in ancient Egyptian. And I showed that the key prefix is also corresponds to the same function in words that you'll find in Chiluba as well as ancient Egyptian. And that, you know, this grammatical morpheme is cognate. So remember those words that we looked at earlier? Again, I'm not arguing that these are cognates in between Chiluba and Sumerian, even though we could find cognates easily all day between the two languages. But just notice that the same, words with the same meaning have the same prefix to them. And there's one or two of that the K had been lost, and you just see the E, or is represented by the letter E, which you would probably say eh. But that's because of the loss of the K sound. So you have Kiiri, city, town. Again, Chiminga, city, town, urban center. I couldn't find a word for like flat surface or region that matched, so I left that blank. But then in the site of abandoned village, and then we have a wasteland, area, Chikumbi, a stable or a fence, and Kisiga, fence, Kishur, fence, limit. So you're seeing that, in the minds of the Sumerians, in the minds of the ancient Egyptians, and in the minds of the Chiluba speakers, these words require the same classifier, grammatical classifier. And that's why we do this. Like, this eliminates, for anybody who is well versed in historical comparing, like real historical comparative linguistics, they understand the power of what's being shown here. And this is what we mean by show your work. Like, you see my process and you can follow it, and you can go to the page number and show that I went through all these steps to establish the relationship between the two languages, 2 or 3 languages that are being used here.
So yeah. Brother Asar, in terms of the mother language, what do you call the mother language of these 2 languages here in your terminology?
Well, my terminology, it is Chiena Intu, which is a Chiluba phrase meaning into family. Now, This just replaces Jean-Claude Mboli's Negro Egyptian, which of course is Theophilo Benga's original hypothesis. But I changed Negro Egyptian because it is problematic in English, because it makes the argument seem racial, and we want to dispense with any kind of racial associations. Now, it always bothered me that Theophilo Benga would make arguments against Afro-Asiatic, in part because many of the arguments were based on racialized ideas. And then he comes around and creates Negro Egyptian, or he creates or makes the argument for a language family, and then he labels it Negro Egyptian. And that's problematic for scientific and academic study. So, based on the Mboli model of Negro Egyptian, I relabeled it China Intu.
All right. Well, my
For a
real
number.
question is, I'd like, do you give us some kind of chronology about when these people would have branched off into that group?
You can't date languages. No matter what, there's going to be people who's going to argue with you and or at least argue with me and say that they can, and I'm telling you, you can't, because languages do not leave a carbon footprint. You can't dig a language out of the ground. You can't carbon date it. You don't know when a language emerged, when dialects split. It's impossible to discover this. The only way that you are able to track the emergence and the split and death of a language is if they were writing that language at some point in its history, but especially when it emerged. And because languages are a continuum, you don't know, there's like really no such thing as an emergence of the language in a kind of, like a biological sense. Like, I know that I was born, or at least this is what my mama told me, so I don't think she has a reason to lie, but that I was born on Sunday, July the 30th in 1979. Right? Like there's a clear physical emergence of my being at that time. That's not the same with languages. And so this is why you have such things as lexicostatistics, where they try to, make a mathematical argument and try to date from there. And you have those who try to date by using certain key vocabularies that try to coincide with any kind of archaeological finds that is easier to date because of carbon dating or argon dating or something to that nature. So, for example, the Indo-Europeans, credited with the invention of wheel, right? Now, whether they invented it or not is irrelevant. What we do know is that based upon the presence of the word for wheel in essentially all the branches of Indo-European, which can be traced back to Proto-Indo-European, it is safe to say that the Proto-Indo-European speakers, wherever their origins may have been, with that the technology of the wheel. And that technology stayed with the descendants, the daughter languages, which, evolved and emerged at some later time in history. And so since, we have artifacts of the earliest wheels and stuff dealing with them, you can give a rough date to the possible time of Indo-European based upon the presence of the wheel. So that's like one way in which they can date, but there's no absolute way that you can date, because again, language is in the minds of people, and they can only express it, with the breath that is in their body. And when they die, so does their ability to speak. And then there's no speech that leaves a carbon footprint, in the world that you can go dig up later and date.
So in terms of like the China into psychology, in terms of the Medew Netcher writing system, how is it reflected in the writing?
In the, I'm sorry, I don't quite understand your question. Could you please rephrase it?
Like in the chain into proto psychology, then how we see that reflected in the Medew Netcher writing system?
There's all kinds of things, and part of that, you heard, us mention this concept called a semantics, right? And a semantics essentially deals with, the inner logic of a group of people and how that inner logic expresses itself in the language and how that people maps ideas to certain words, right? So like for example, if I want to express in a number of African languages the concept of to defeat you, I'll use a word meaning to eat, because eating is a form of breaking down and deteriorating your food. Consuming it, you have conquered that meal.
Yeah, eat your food, yam your food.
So when I used to run track back in high school, and I surpassed someone, I said that I ate him up on the track and field. He got ate up, in whatever, because the semantics is still in our head, even though I speak English. And so the psychology is, even if we borrow all of our words, the psychology is going to remain if we exist in, for a lack of a better term, ghetto context, even within a slavery, because they don't want us to be a part of them in their circles. So we're forced, even though we're borrowing their lexicon, because we are dealing with each other here in the diaspora, we still think and move like we were in Africa, although our vocabulary has changed. But
well,
now integration is
if you only know words, like if you only know English words, how you're thinking outside of English concepts?
I'm sorry?
If you only know English words, how are you gonna think outside of English concepts?
Like I said, it depends on the nature of the power dynamics. So, we'll slowly lose it the more we integrate and live among Europeans. But remember, when we first got here and up until the 60s and 70s, they were doing everything in their power to keep us away from them. So from the time of slavery to the civil rights and Black power movements here in the United States, for example, we mainly lived amongst each other. So we spoke like our parents spoke, and they spoke like their parents spoke. And that's why we have such a thing called code switching. So that when we are amongst each other, we speak one way, but when we're at the job amongst white folks, we speak another way, more like them. Right? But because of integration and people growing up around them, that is slowly starting to change. But because we are in ghetto situations, we've been able to maintain the psychology and the culture, even though the lexicon that we have is borrowed. What I want you to do, this is a homework assignment for you specifically for that question. There is a linguist out of California by the name of Dr. Ernie Smith. When you have the chance, type in his name, Ernie Smith, Dr. Ernie Smith, and put in the word Ebonics and just listen to his lectures from beginning to end.
All right. Well, in terms of Ebonics and how we might form a sentence and choose to use grammar differently and whatnot, you think it would be beneficial for us to start to speak like that or to continue that to build our group psychology? Or do you think it's a retrogressive kind of communication form?
I think you just learn an African language. If you're trying to maintain like a sense of Africanness and to communicate speaking an African language, the more and more you live amongst Europeans and the more and more you speak their language, ultimately you're going to sound more and more like them the more that y'all integrate. And that's assuming again that the power relations leans more so on the European side. So, if you're afraid of losing your sense of self, adopt the African language, learn it, and speak it to your children in your household. And do stuff like learn Netjer. But even still, like it's, your situation is different. I'm assuming you are from Jamaica.
No, I'm in Trinidad.
Trinidad, right? But nonetheless, the Caribbean islands. So Trinidad, Tobago, Jamaica, and Haiti, and all that. Like, there's still a rich Africanness in the speech, even though you're borrowing lexicon from the European languages. But even still, like, there's certain parts in Jamaica. I was watching this linguistics class, one of my linguistics videos for a linguistics class I was taking, and they had a speaker of, well, the teacher was reading and speaking the Jamaican, patois, and so he was able to do it very well. But there was a certain type of patois that he could not speak, and he had to get a native to speak it. And one of the things that he mentioned is that, this is, I don't know, like if it's a certain mountain area or whatnot, where they're like the Jamaican patois has changed so much that it's unrecognizable for most Jamaicans.
Not that it changed, it stayed the same. It stayed the same so much that it's unrecognizable. The ones who speak in weaker variants, you think?
Probably, I don't know the history and the dynamics of the dialects of Jamaican patois. The point being, though, is that when it came to that dialect of Jamaican patois, he could not speak it, and he had to get someone else to speak it. But that is like the closest that we have to that in America is the Gullah Geechee language, and or to a certain extent New Orleans dialect in English. And so everywhere else is, well, it depends on how country some country folks are, but it's definitely, when you go to New Orleans, you in a different world. When you go to the Carolinas islands and you hear the Gullah Geechee, you in a different world. of the language. But again, the more and more we integrate with Europeans, the more and more it's going to change. But if you're trying to retain, the grammar and the speech and all that, it's just best to learn an African language and start speaking an African language.
Well, I would definitely check out Dr. Ernie Smith.
Yeah, Ernie Smith, Dr. Ernie Smith. And he was one of those linguists who was instrumental in getting the Ebonics debate kind of a national thing, and was arguing in California to have Ebonics counted as a first language, and getting resources to teach quote unquote proper English to inner city or basically to African Americans and African American youth. Now, certain individuals took that in the wrong way, thinking that they were going to be teaching Ebonics, and that's not what they were going to do. You don't teach them Ebonics; they know Ebonics already. You treating it in the same way that you would treat a Spanish speaker who's coming here and trying to learn English through the ESL program. And so there's a lot of compare and contrast in those types of language settings. And so what they were really afraid of was the teaching of the African heritage in their Ebonic speech. And you'll get more and more insight to that when you're listening to his lectures when you do the search. So again, Ernie Smith, for those who are listening and want to know more about that.
All right, those are interesting series of questions, Ankoma. You always bring some see, and I can tell, Ankoma, it's like night and day with your line of questions versus others that I've experienced. And so the difference clearly is that you're actually paying attention, because your questions are built from the explanations that you are witnessing and hearing and information that's been presented, as opposed to questions that are coming from left field or attached to agendas and things like that. So, I mean, I'm sure that's clear to everybody in the chat as well.
Nah, he's trying to make us all Trini man. He want all of us to have a Trini accent, and that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
Hold on, I want to address something real quick.
I overs.
So Sister Emmy Catch, I saw a comment that she said, which she talking about nyam is to chew in Doluo, and how in Jamaican patois nyam is to eat, and that is not a coincidence. That is a carryover from in West Africa. It could be any language. It could be a Shanti, a Wolof. Yam is a word to eat. It's also in the ancient Egyptian language as wunam, meaning to eat, and it is also doubles as a word for meat and cow and cattle in these various languages. So they're actually cognate.
Is that has anyone ever argued that that's due to onomatopoeia of the sound with yum 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 yum, like somebody eating?
I haven't heard it, but I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it would be an interesting hypothesis, but in order for that to be argued, I would first have to find it at least duplicated or triplicated as a word. Like how we say cuckoo.
Yeah.
Like it just can't be coo. It got to be cuckoo.
Right.
Yum, yum. Like, so it had to be yum 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 or something like that.
Well, listen, hey, you go You go to a Chinese carryout in certain places, they got some yum yum sauce.
It may be.
Seriously, they got here in Georgia. They got the yum yum
Yeah.
sauce, yum yum. But no, this is interesting. But I want to address a couple of comments. The line of comments being made by Sat 12 and Sat 12. So I'm not sure how familiar you are with this discussion in its full context from that spans 6 to 8 years, really 8 years at least online. But and things, but a lot of things that you're saying, a lot of things that you're commenting in the chat, we spoke on at length, at different times over the years. So just in general, just want to put you on to the archives and the videos here. We tried to title the shows, all the videos here, with appropriate titles, and we're going back, time stamping them in the description, so you can actually click on links and go to different topic changes within videos, because some of the videos are long. And then Asar Imhotep's channel, if you're not subscribed to that channel, subscribe over there, and a lot of these things are discussed over there as well. So, and specifically, just for me to get specific, is I brought up the issue of homographs. And so you have homophones. We lost Asar. I don't know. He has some noise in the background. Hope everything's all right. But you have homophones and homographs. And we can't really argue about homophones because the Sesh Netcher writing system is secretive with its phonological disclosure, because the writing system does not document vowels. So we can't really argue homophony, all right? But homographs, we can look at that, and that's the purpose of determinatives. So determinatives classify words into different semantic matrices. And so some people refer to determinatives by their more specific name as semantemes or classifiers instead of the nickname determinatives. And so these determinatives shape the semantic container, the semantic hold on these specific words. And so in a video on what is a word, I go into details on what words are, and we have form and meaning and the link between the two, and so on and so forth. And that's very important to the conversation, because the comment that you brought up about word, like the word Kim, the adjective meaning black, and I wanted to make clear, everybody should know this by now because we say it like 50 million gazillion times, that there is an adjective black in the language. Like we talk about it and show it and deal with it all the time. So there's never been an argument as if that word doesn't exist. But there are many words that are transliterated as KM in the language. And even graphically in the glyphs, there are many words that look alike, save the determinatives. And so we have a word Kim that means moan, like moaning, like somebody getting hurt and moaning. And then there's a word Kim that means black. And so what people tend to do is try to make every instance of Kim associate with black in some form of way, some form of fashion. So here's what people will do with that example. They will take Kim that means black, and then they'll take Kim that means moan, and then they'll make up an association and say, well, moaning could be because of somebody dying, and death is the end of life, and that's the final thing of life. That's the completion of life. There it ties into the word Kim that means to complete, and then completion connects to the completion of the day, and the day, the end of the day is night, and night is dark, and dark is black, and there you go. Kim means black. And so that's the line of reasoning that people take, where they make everything black. And so here's how, what you would have to do to confirm those assumptions. You would have to therefore and then compare the words in related languages. that will help tease out and confirm or falsify those assumptions. So, and people have to understand, and I know Asar mentioned this and defined it in his presentation on the previous video. And I was trying to find it because he had it on the screen. And let me see if I can find it. Yeah, man, I went straight to it. But that's the power of Jesus Christ, boy. Jesus is guiding my hand. Jesus is guiding my mouse. Good gracious alive. Good gracious alive. But anyway, what y'all know about that phrase? Good gracious alive. Anyway, so here's the definition, some important definitions that people have to keep in mind in these conversations of what a cognate is and what is a cognate set. All right, among other definitions too, but this is important. So what is a cognate? A cognate is a word or morpheme. Remember, a morpheme is the smallest unit of meaning. Okay? And morphemes deal with the internal inventory of words, whereas syntax deals with the external inventory of words. So it's a string of words, is the syntactic or syntagmatic environment of words. Whereas on a morpheme level, you're dealing with the level of words and then down into its more minute components. All right, so that's what a morpheme is, the smallest unit of meaning. So anyway, a word or morpheme that is related to a word or morpheme in sister languages, and here's the important part, by reason of these words or morphemes having been inherited by the related languages from a common word or morpheme of the proto-language from which they descend. So that's a long way of saying that a true cognate, or a true cognate, really a cognate set, because these words, there's no such thing as a cognate existing on its own. So a pair of cognates, a cognate set, is two words that descend from a parent language, or a parent word from a parent language. Okay, that's why they call them sisters. They're siblings. All right. And so to confirm meaning in any one language, if you're in doubt, then the tool to use is historical comparative linguistics, and you will have to tease out the cognates of sister languages and see if you can match the semantic matrix, which is the meanings. And so this must be done. All right. Irregardless of the Greenbergian labeling of the super language phylas of Afroasiatic, Khoisan, Nilo-Saharan, and Niger-Congo, you have to dispense with that to do this kind of work, because those language family classifications or language phyla classifications were not established based on the historical comparative method. And that's very, very important to understand. I can't stress that enough. So when you see people say things like, well, you can't compare ancient Egyptian with the Nilo-Saharan language or Niger-Congo language or Khoisan language or whatever the case, or they consider Egyptian in the Afroasiatic grouping. But when you hear people say or see people say you can't compare Egyptian in these other Greenbergian classification groupings, then you have to ask them, you have to go back to the basics and ask them, were these groupings established based on historical and comparative linguistics, which is the tool par excellence to determine genetic relationships between languages? And it wasn't done. Linguists know this, and there's a lot of literature out there that will tell you that, but you still hear people use it, which is not a problem as long as you understand what the classification is. And I always give the examples and analogies and scenarios to explain it. And so I'm going to do it one more time for you all who are listening right now, quickly, because I think this is important. These are the little things that people miss, that you should not miss because it is important for the conversation. If and I'm not going to take the time to show my this. I'm just going to explain it. If you take a room full of 100 people and you tell those people that have on red shirts, anybody that has red in their shirt, to step to the left, and you tell everybody that has green shirts, step to the right. So now you have split the room. You have created two categories from one sea of people or ocean of people. Now you have demarcated them and separated them into two groups. One group has on red shirts and the other group has on green shirts. So there's nothing wrong with doing that. If I tell someone that, hey, I have two groups, red shirt folks, green shirt folks, there's nothing wrong with that. Now, when I step above and beyond that and start to say that everyone with a red shirt on is related and everyone with a green shirt on is related, that's when I'm going too far and I'm actually lying by saying that. If I did not determine the relationship by way of DNA or genome sequencing and seeing the biological relationship of those people with red shirts to each other and the biological relationship of the green shirt people, if I didn't do that, I have no business saying out of my mouth that the people with red shirts on are related. They're only related by way of the shirt that they have on. They're not related biologically. And so in linguistics, to correspond the comparison, in linguistics, the equivalent of a biological genetic relationship is, in linguistics, you would have to establish the regular sound and meaning correspondences between two or more languages. Now, on the surface, which would be equivalent to the shirts, if I look at a language and say, hey, that language has grammatical gender dichotomy, masculine and feminine. This language does too. And then I say, hey, those languages must be related. No, that doesn't cut it. That's just typological surface information. That's not enough. And so it's similar to how people say, oh, well, all Chinese people look alike, so they all must be related. That's like insulting. All black people look alike. All you people look alike anyway. You hear that, and that's like a negative thing to say. That's what people are doing with languages. Oh, they just look alike. So this language look alike. It appears to be this. It appears to be that. No, you have to put it into work. So anyway, just wanted to kind of put that out there to everyone to understand. So it's not good practice to force everything to be something. You have to put in the work and allow the evidence and the data to speak for itself. And sometimes that could be hard, especially if we enter into an investigation or study tainted with certain biases. And that's what a lot of people do. They want this thing to be black so much that everything has to be black. And in the greater picture of things, that's a result of the modern social construct of race that we're bombarded and programmed with so heavily in today's times, that we project it back anachronistically backwards in time and put it on everybody. Jesus got to be black. King James got to be black. Buddha got to be black. The Olmecs got to be black. The Egyptians got to be black. So, we need to just cut it out. There's no need for it at all. It's not, it's just not the reality that's on the ground. Anyway, so I just wanted to make sure everybody understand that. Take this off the screen here. Como, what else you got? I think Asar, I'm not sure. Asar did say he was going to be rolling out.
Well, I find sometimes it is kind of, sometimes when you're speaking, it come like you're removing any plausibility of like people really being black, because you know what I mean, it come like Europeans, they try to tell we Nubians was white people too, and all of them kind of thing, you know.
Well,
So
let me
it's
say
like,
this then. Oh,
so
go
it's
ahead.
a
I'm sorry.
it's a little fine line between like reclaiming history and correcting history, and then trying to do too much, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but see, my stance and what I advocate is to dispense with the modern social construct of race. Period. Like, people will hear me say the Egyptians are not black. They can't be black because black in our consciousness, our psyche today, black means or is a result of the emergence from our modern society. That's why they call it a social construct. It is a modern social construct. Social constructs emerge out of society. It's like a tacit thing where people start to agree with that. That's a modern construct. And it's based around a class system where black is the bottom caste. But what happened is it got overlaid. This is where the banana and tailpipe came in. This is where the trick comes in, because it got overlaid with lookership, with a look. So when you combine a class system with a look, that's a mix. That's a recipe for disaster, and it's being leveraged where we think of black as a look. Like, we'll look at somebody. Do they look black? Do they look black? Because people ask me all the time, if the ancient Egyptians were alive today, would we consider them black in the modern sense? I was asked that today on Facebook. Somebody asked me that question today. If the ancient Egyptians were alive today, would we consider them black based on our modern concepts? And that's what everybody wants to do. They want to find out if the ancient Egyptians would be black to us. And I'm like, to what end? So here's the thing. Is it good enough that the ancient Egyptians were African? And that's the question I ask people. And the answer I get is an obvious no. Even though they don't say no, but it's obviously no, because that's not good enough. The ancient Egyptians
I, I
can't just
would
be African.
I would think that, yeah, they can't just be African, because that's the you see, it have a kind of correlation between black and African, you know what I mean? So to the layman then or whatever. So basically, if you're saying the people are not black in ancient Egypt, it come like you're saying they're not African to the
Yeah,
layman then. You
that
understand?
yeah, exactly. And I know that. And I know that so well that whenever I say that, I always include that they are African. And see, that kills it. I say the Egyptians or the Remech. Why do we have to? They called themselves the Remech. Why can't we? Period. See, that kills the controversy. That kills the argument. And I say this like every 6 months. I do a post on Facebook. I say people be who they are, and I talk about all the people. Let the Remech be the Remech. Let the Chemehu be the Chemehu. The Chehinu be the Chehinu. Let the Nehisiu be the Nehisiu. These words are not hard to pronounce. Why can't we just say what they are as they said it, and left it for themselves? Let them speak for themselves. That's not hard to do. Everybody in the chat right now can pronounce the word Remech. The TCH sound like the CH in church. Remech. It's that simple. If you can't say the Remech, say Romi. Same word. Remech. So there you have it. So if I say Remech, then the conversation moves forward. But the thing is, people are stifling the progress, because see, if we all just say Remech, now there's no more controversy. There's no more being stuck. Now it forces us to do different work now, because now we can actually probe the culture. We can start probing the psychology of those people and not worry about whether they black, white, purple, brown, and all that foolishness. When are we going to get to their genius? Or are we going to argue over whether they're black or not and then dismiss their genius as some spooky stuff? And you hear this on all the platforms. When people talk about Egypt, even people who study Egypt, they talk about Egypt as if the Egyptians were some spooked out people. Oh, they were just religious. They worship many gods. They believe Amun would do this. They believe the river was happy and blah, blah, blah. When are we going to get down to the real business of teasing out the genius of these people? We're stuck on the surface, and pun intended, because the skin is the surface of the body, and we're so stuck on the skin and their complexion that we can't even get down into the muscles and fatty tissue and the cells and the blood and all that kind of stuff. We're stuck on the skin, pun intended. We're stuck on the surface. And that's not what I do. That's not what I advocate. So I'm telling people to stop wasting time. Stop being goofy. We got to mature. The so-called conscious community is very, very immature when it comes to academic and scholarly issues. It's very, very immature. We talk about the same stuff over and over and over again. People still arguing over whether the devil is the devil in the Bible. Like, come on. So that's how it is with all this stuff. Black is a reality. All colors are a reality. Anybody with the sense organ of sight, human beings, we have sight. The eyes is the organ, and we call the act of seeing our sight. So we see things. We see frequencies. Every single thing we see is a result of light. It's the reflection of light off the object. And the object absorbs all the colors except for the one that we actually see. If an object is green, that means in the white light spectrum, it's actually made of material. Its composition is made up where it absorbs all the other frequencies of the white light, but it rejects and reflects the green frequency. And we label that frequency green. And then there's a gradient, because there's no sharp cutoff for any color. Like green, then you have shades of green. And then it blends, it slowly blends into blues. Everybody's familiar with Roy G. Biv, the colors of the rainbow. That's the makeup of white light. You get a prism, go to the store, buy a prism, shine white light on it. It's going to split the color frequencies down to their major components. And we named them. Roy G. Biv. What is it? Roy, red, orange. Roy, yellow. G is green. B is blue. V is violet. Indigo and violet, I think. Somebody keep me honest here.
So
but the point, go ahead.
According to reality, then your complexion, your skin complexion, is related to how much to the bandwidth of light that you're absorbing, and then so your complexion is the light that is reflected or emitted off of the surface of your skin. Then you understand?
Every object that goes for every people or other material objects. Yes, everything. Everything is based on light. Without light, we won't see,
Right.
obviously.
So,
And
and
so
the
that's why.
light, light itself, it come like information. So, it come like every different person letting go of different information in the kind of on the light wave frequency, radiation.
But now check this out. Because how a person looks is a reflection. It is made metaphorically. It metaphorically corresponds to the behavioral expression of a person. So the physical look expression of a person is metaphorically corresponded to a behavioral expression of a person. And this is why the words in languages tend to double up for color and for character or nature or disposition. So for example, in the Egyptian language, we have the word iyun, which means color. But there's also a word iyun, which means nature or character of something, disposition of something.
Mm.
And so, and I'm going to give you a political, on a political level of the same thing. The word nation is an entity, a polity, a body politic of people, and so on and so forth, right? But the word nationality, your nationality or your nationality, is the expression that you give off based on your membership with a nation. So nation yields nationality, whereas your behavior yields your character. And so the same things happening. And so what's your nationality? Oh, I'm American. And so people can tell that I'm American by my overall disposition and my character. Because I belong to a nation, I absorb a certain characteristic. I'm influenced by my environment. The way somebody behaves, the way somebody thinks, the way somebody views the world, and so on and so forth. It is influenced by external things. And so on a political level, we call that our nationality. And so likewise, in psychology, your character is influenced by the formidable years of your life through education or any behavioral modification system. So behavioral modification systems includes your belief system, if it's organized, such as Christianity, Judaism, Islam, or whatever, and your educational system. Those are two major behavioral modification systems. And so a lot of people's character is built based on those two input programmings. And then you have the social aspect, the peer pressure, and all of that good stuff. And now with the internet, now it's gone haywire, because now we have multiple angles of influence that's not localized, because the internet is worldwide. So now we have worldwide influence. And so now you see over the last 2 decades, 20 years, ever since the internet has been made available to the public, what was it, came out 1992, I think, or whatever. Somebody keep me honest on that. But since the onset of the internet, especially high-speed internet, because dial-up, nobody was really feeling dial-up. We didn't know any better. But ever since high-speed internet, notice the social relationships of different groups of people has changed dramatically, or at a faster rate than they did before the internet, because we are psychologically influenced by a wide range of inputs now, instead of those inputs being localized to just, your area, your city, your town, your state. And the broadest thing we would be influenced by is country things. Turn on the news. We have national news, Channel 11 news, Channel 4 news, Those will be local. But then we turn to CNN, we get world news. And it was really just news. It wasn't really shows. Now with cable and the internet, boy, we are influenced by everything. So anyway, I don't want to turn this into a whole thing, but I'm saying, so later for all of that, see, we gotta grow up. I've been witnessing these arguments for too long. I am not going to go another year arguing this same old foolishness. So my answers are going to be real short with people. I'm going to tell people to watch certain videos. I'm not going to entertain those same old questions. And if I feel or know that somebody's new, then I may be a little bit more patient. But if I know a person to be asking questions that have been around, they're going to get the real short end of the stick. And I'm just going to make those judgment calls on a case-by-case basis. But my general stance is later for that. It's a waste of time. Let it go. The Egyptians are the Egyptians. The ancient Egyptians are the ancient Egyptians. Let them be. Let them be who they say they are. Next. That's it. It's just that simple. People want to argue over all that kind of stuff. It doesn't even apply. Doesn't matter.
So, Buja, you just follow any spiritual system?
I'm sorry, say it again. You asked me, do I follow a spiritual system?
Yeah, if you subscribe to any spiritual system.
No, not an organized spiritual system that people call spiritual systems. No.
You just have your own personal philosophies and ideas.
Yeah, no, I don't follow a organized spiritual system. So I'm gonna give you an example just to make sure that I understand what you're asking. So a very popular spiritual system that I have a lot of friends that practice is the Isheshe spiritual tradition in Nigeria, Ifa, or Isheshe. So if you're asking me in that line, no, I don't practice any of those. So, and let me just explain. Let me just give my take on because I said this before. I did a little short, brief presentation on this. I separate culture from tradition. And so I define culture as something that is a living organism. It is alive. It is constantly in flux. It is constantly adjusting. It's alive. It's moving. I describe tradition as a snapshot of culture in any given period of time. So if I were to make up an analogy, a tradition would be a still photo, would be a still shot with a camera, and a culture would be a movie. And so while the movie's going, if you take a freeze frame or a screenshot of culture, that becomes a tradition. And so what I see people do, they tend to get stuck in the screenshot while the culture keeps moving on. And so people practice old and outdated things with old and outdated understandings. And so, this is the conversations that I have with a lot of people who are practitioners with spiritual traditions. So that's kind of conversations I have. So, their understanding of things, like, because as human beings matured, the world changes. And we accept that. Go ahead.
If I understand, or if what getting out of what you're saying then is like these is systems of knowledge or knowledge systems, and that you're saying some of them are outmoded. So the present day, what you find then is the present day knowledge system that is applicable then.
If I understand what you're asking me, is okay. Let me try to answer you this way, if I understand you right. So let's take the concept of ancestral veneration. That's a very popular concept that people put into their practice. Ancestral veneration, right? By what means, based on the level of information that we now have today, through experience and trial and error, et cetera, by what means does a dead person influence a living person?
By the ideas and the things what they achieved while they was alive, what might remain in the physical world.
Okay, very good. So if we wanted to have that deceased person to have a constant influence on the living, we have to do something to remember that person and remember those things, right? So that's the inspiration behind creating shrines and always remembering. These are acts of remembrance. These are like, by any means necessary, remember these people and these things, so that they can have influence. Because once a dead person is forgotten by anybody who's alive, or let me word it the other way. If a dead person is not remembered by anyone who is alive, that dead person ceased to exist.
Yeah.
Okay. And so to prevent that, we do any and everything to remember the person. And that act is causing that person to have eternal life or an afterlife. Their
Well, this is what.
afterlife. Go ahead.
Well, some people now have become deified within modern history.
Yep.
You understand? And I suppose is within the purpose. It would serve the social function of keeping the remembrance of the legacy of these people alive. You know.
Exactly. But now remember, the act of deifying is simply elevation in importance. So when you deify someone, you're making them important. You're bumping into the front of the line of importance, like in a upward hierarchical thing. So let's say they're unimportant, so they're at the first floor, and the building has 13 floors. So when you deify someone, you're putting them on the roof of the building, and you're making them important. Deification equals importifying. Deifying is importifying, if there was such a word. I'm inventing words around here, but everybody get what I'm saying. That's what deification is. Deification is making something very important, and that importance will have the result of remembrance. Because anything important to a person, you're going to remember it. You're going to deal with it. And so, but back to what I was saying, though, real quick, there's two ways that a dead person influences the living. Two main ways. One is what you said, right? Is the identity of the person carrying over in the minds of the living. That's one way. The other way is biological, because
don't forget the physical. Don't forget the material things what they might construct or keep around. You know what I mean?
Well, that goes with the first one, though, because anything that they built, they're not there. They're not what they built. It's a result. It's the remembrance that they built it. Because if you're looking at something that a dead person built, but you don't even know who built it, it won't have that effect. You see what I'm saying? So I want to make sure we're clear on that. So it's not the item. It's the remembrance of who did it that matters. That has the effect. Okay, which will have the effect of the deceased person. Because, like I said, we can drive around any city and look at different things that's up. Like, Many people did many things, but if we don't know, if we're totally ignorant of who did what or whatever the case is, that doesn't it doesn't have that effect. So it's not the item, it's the connection of the item with the deceased person that matters, that allows the deceased person to influence. But anyway, the other side of it is the physical or the physiological one, which is on the biological level, where people leave behind pieces of their genetic makeup. And those are DNA ancestors that we inherit autosomally. They can influence us that way because DNA is a component of instructions. We know the whole thing of the building blocks of protein, amino acids, all this other kind of things. Not to go into all of that, but we know that DNA is a very important building block of our physiological makeup. And so a deceased person who is now a person who is now dead or deceased, they have left that behind. So that is going to affect the living. So those are the two major pathways, biologically, and then you have psychologically. And the reason why I'm saying all of this stuff is because we can say these things now based on what we know. But in ancient times, they may not have had the ability to falsify or know certain things. So they did things differently. And so when you get stuck in a tradition, and I'm going by my definition, which is a snapshot of culture at a given point in time, when you go backwards and you convert to a spiritual tradition, you have to be mindful of the snapshot, the time period for that snapshot, because you may be doing things based on an old understanding of natural phenomena versus our new updated understanding of natural phenomena based on new evidence, new discoveries, new ways of testing things, and so on and so forth.
Well, using this example where you laid out here, what is the modern way then of keeping remembrance of an ancestor as opposed to doing an ancestral ritual or something?
iPhone 14 video footage. That sounds funny, but that's real. That's real. Video. See, we have technology now that I can record. Like, I wish I had video footage of me when I was a toddler. But home camcorders weren't out when I was a baby, or if they were like very expensive. They were only in the film industry, or whatever the case is. No, everybody wasn't walking around with a video camera and everything. We have photography now. We have video cameras now. So check this out. And I'm glad you brought that up, right? So compare this. In today's modern society, more people have a way greater chance, a much greater chance to be remembered in going into future generations than people in antiquity because of our technology.
But that is until somebody press delete.
Right. Well, that's until somebody destroys a shrine. No, seriously, that's until somebody breaks down your statue.
I know.
And erase your name. It's the same thing. That's pushing delete. In ancient times, the equivalent of pushing delete will be to destroy a shrine, to destroy your tomb or your chapel, or to destroy your statues or carvings of you and your name. Especially your name, because the carvings, the figures of the carvings look very similar to other people. So all you gotta do is scratch out the name. Just chisel away the name, and then a few generations later, you're forgotten.
what we talking about here related to a program we do before talking about the religion. But I suppose instead of asking you what spiritual tradition or if or any you subscribe to, I should be asking you about what is the religion principles that you think important in modern time.
For me, I think that any modern spiritual system that people want to explore and get into is covered under the domain of psychology. I think that people need to really, really get into psychology, which is the study of the human mind and behavior, because that is the fuel behind what we're calling African spirituality. That's what it's really all about. It's about the study of the mind and behavior. That's what it's about. Even in the one I said, Isheshe, Ifa, and stuff. Ewepele, the building of good character, and all of those things. A lot of these initiatory systems are centered around manipulating the mind to produce good behavior, which produces good people. Character building, all the way down to Freemasonry. The one of the main models of Freemasonry is to take a good man and make him better. A man comes into the lodge as a rough stone, and he's chiseled to be made into a perfect smooth ashlar, which is then placed into the building blocks of the temple, be it Solomon's temple or whatever temple. And so when you ask me that, I would say that if people are going to get into what will be equivalent to a spiritual system, it would be to dive into psychology as a structured, systematic study of the mind and human behavior, and develop a system around that. Yep, and develop a system around that, because that's really what it's about, because it is so much in there. And I think it's the most slept on discipline in the so-called conscious community, because people focus on STEM, right? Science and STEM. But they leave out the humanities. They leave out psychology. They leave out sociology. See, psychology and sociology, it covers the way human beings engage one another. Whereas science science or STEM are tools to know when you know something. Logic and evidence. It deals with evidence. It deals with logic and falsifying and testing and stuff like that. Those are tools. But then psychology and sociology deals with the other side. How do we engage one another? How do we establish relationships? What are they based on? The value systems. What's important to us? What's less important to us? What advances life and is conducive to life, and what is destructive to life? And what do we do about it collectively? So these are things that got to go together. So people have to be harmonious, and if you're going to study science, because see, I come from a background of math and science, so I have an overemphasis in that. But as I matured, I realized that there's a whole nother half that I'm missing out on. And I remember, I'll never forget, I was in school and I never meant to take psychology, but I ended up taking psychology as an elective. That was the best decision I made. That was the best decision I made, because that psychology course I took revealed a lot. And I'm going to tell you the first thing that the teacher did with us, I think it was the first day, he had blindfolds fabric made, And he had us blindfold. We had to pair up. So we had to get a partner. And then one of us had to blindfold ourselves. The other one was to guide us. And we had to walk through the school blindfolded and to trust the person to lead us all through the school. That was the whole assignment. And then we switch up. And that was a lesson in and of itself. It was a lesson. It was one to put you in a vulnerable state, in a trusting state, and then put the other person in a responsible position, to be responsible for your safety, to make sure you don't fall down the steps, to make sure you don't trip, make sure you don't bump into the walls. That was a real quick lesson, and that's how the class opened up. That's like I think that was the first day, and then everything else was about the human mind, boys, manipulating the mind. We even got into advertisement and marketing. And I remember, I'll never forget this too. The teacher defined marketing or advertising. He defined it as convincing someone to give up their money without fighting them, or something like that. I'm paraphrasing. It's like you're trying to convince somebody to pull money out of their pocket, because back then it wasn't about credit cards and all that kind of stuff. You're convincing somebody to come off with their money willingly, without fighting, without taking it. That's the art and science of advertisement. If you can convince somebody to give you their money on their own choice, you did your job. And so how do you do that? So the teacher, he was explaining how you do that. You have to convince, you have to manipulate, you have to convince a person's mind to do that. And you come up with ways, you come up with gimmicks, you come up with this, you come up with that, And you move from there. So check this out. Let's look at Christianity in the same light I just said. All right, Christianity has a product. So let's look at Christianity as a store, as a business. So Christianity has this main product, this featured product called Jesus Christ. So they got a big stock of Jesus Christ. They got a huge inventory of Jesus Christ, and they gotta sell it. They gotta get rid of Jesus Christ. They got the whole warehouses full of Jesus Christ. So in order to sell it, they have to market it. So what they do is they convince a population of people that there's two places that people go when they die. First you remind people that everybody dies. It is a human fact that everybody dies. Every human is going to eventually die. So you remind people of that, but then on top of that, you say when you die, you go to one of two places. One is called heaven, the other one's called hell. Then you give a full description of heaven as this beautiful, nice, fluffy place. And you give a description of hell, this eternal damnation, fire, brimstone, you're going to burn and get tortured, be in pain all your life. For eternity. So naturally, no one's going to want to go to hell. So they set the stage. So now on top of that, they say that you're born to go to hell. You're born to go to the negative place. Why? Because you're born in sin. Sinners go to hell, and you're born in sin because of what Adam and Eve did. So everybody is born in sin. So now, but we got the fix. And here comes the product. But to save you from going to hell, you need our product called Jesus Christ, because Jesus Christ came and died for those sins that you were born into. And if you accept Jesus Christ, which means if you purchase my product called Jesus Christ, you're going to go to heaven. And everybody wants to go to heaven. So everybody's going to come out their pocket and buy Jesus. And that's a very simplified form using marketing of how Jesus became so popular, or the idea, the conceptualization of a savior comes into play. That's marketing. That's a psychological thing. Nobody today has ever seen any Jesus. Nobody has seen people coming back and this, that, and the third, but yet It is very, very powerful, very, very prevalent. You see that? So Jesus is a product, and that's how they do it. They sell. Anyway, I'm saying this because even in spiritual so-called religions, it's highly psychological.
I think writing is what started the priesthoods and literacy and the ability to write is what these priesthoods over time been cultivating and keeping up that task.
Yeah, you have the priest. Well, that's a whole conversation too, because a priest is a misnomer too, you know, and I definitely don't have time to get into that, but a priest is a misnomer, and maybe we could tease that out another time. But think of this. Even in the Egyptian language, they translate several words as priest. So they translate Wab as priest, Sem as priest, Keriheb as priest. But they notice that they say Wab priest, Sem priest. So they never really define the word Sem as an example. They just say Sem priest. But because they're bibliocentric and Semitocentric, and we're conditioned, so we think of a priest, we have a certain concept of a priest. But in ancient Egypt, a priest conceptually was simply a person with an important job. That's it. So today, I'm gonna tell you, today we would define priest as essential worker. Remember when the pandemic hit, COVID, and everybody was told to stay in isolation. It was like, you know, a lot of things were shut down, except for who had to still show up at work. It was always the essential workers, the hospital staff, the fire department, police department, people who were essential to the functioning of society, right? So in modern times, in ancient times, they would be the equivalent of priests. Essential workers, an important job. So that's what a priest is in antiquity, a person with an important job. That's it. No spooky anything. So now the reason why I say that is because writing was the responsibility of the scribes. So it was the scribes that dealt with the writing. They were the librarians. They were the book writers, the scroll writers, and so on and so forth. So they go hand in hand with priests, obviously, because the so-called priest, would execute whatever was written. And so they would document and store these things. The scribes would. Scribes would also be responsible for documenting wars. So you have military scribes. Same thing we do today. Like when a major war breaks out, you got military journalists. You got these reporters that go into the battlefield, man, and they be filming bombs blowing up and stuff. Especially what was that? Desert Storm. That whole thing about Desert Storm with George Bush and all that. Those journalists that was over there when it first went down, man, that was incredible. Like right before the shock and awe, like before the war actually started, you had people on balconies in hotels filming the news report, and then right behind them, you just see boom, 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 and everything just goes crazy. That would be in ancient times. Those would be military scribes documenting stuff. So anyway, I'm just saying that. So it's not necessarily priests per se in terms of writing. It's the scribes. And people with important jobs, it was in their best interest to learn to read and write.
Yeah, well, that's what I think in like the institution, the Catholic Church and them is the people that used to be the bastion of education, and even like in third world countries up to now, is the church in education institutions and thing would have the prestige and them kind of things, you know. So
Yeah.
kind of like,
But see, that's always the case. Now check this out. Notice that in most societies of after writing was invented, just if you look around the world, all the societies after writing, so from 5,000 years ago up until the present, it's the people who are the scholars or the ones that could command writing and reading are the ones that are the most influential in the society. They're the movers and shakers of society. Even if you look at European societies in the Renaissance and the Royal Society of scholars and stuff like that, they were the movers and shakers of things. Now, here's the thing. So there's like an elitism about that. And so what happens is, even today in the so-called conscious community, people who actually are in the business of reading and are more mature with their scholarship and scholarly things, when engaging in conversation with people who are not about that life, it's always interpreted as, oh, you think you know everything, or oh, you're talking condescendingly. And see, so that dynamic even exists in the so-called conscious community. But that's a natural split, because the more you know and the more you experience and the more exposure you are, you're just going to have more experience. You're going to have more input into what you can say, what you can't say, and whatnot. Same thing with traveling. Like where you say you're from Trinidad, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, have you ever been out of Trinidad? Have you ever been overseas or anywhere else?
Yeah, man.
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, as be all over. I come from. As be in Jamaica too.
Okay.
I've been to Ethiopia. I've been in America. Pass around.
Okay. So now imagine if you never left not only Trinidad, but let's say you never even left the city that you grew up in. You know how limiting you would be? Limited in just your awareness of variety and diversity and all this other kind of things. Now the internet would obviously help you out, but prior to the internet, people who didn't get outside of their own space, they're limited. So likewise with reading, and there's a saying, reading opens up the world, just like the internet does now. And so people who don't read or don't study or don't know the process or methods of investigational study, they're handicapped, they're limited, just like the person who never left their neighborhood. And so when we go to the neighborhood and we're trying to tell people, yo, man, it's the world out there. Yo, you got to go to Jamaica sometime, man. They got Montego Bay, man. You got to check it out. And like, nah, I'm good. I'm in Trinity. I'm staying right here. Nah, you got to go to America, man. Nah, you got to go to Ethiopia. Nah. And they're like, nope, I'm just here, man. Nope. And that's how it feels. That's how it is sometimes, trying to speak to people who are not about the life of proper methodology, research methodology, reading, knowing what to read, when, how to use these tools and stuff like that. So it's hard. It's hard. It's almost like you gotta become a Jehovah's Witness, man, and convince these people, knock on their door, be like, you gotta accept this book into your heart. It's gonna save you. So that's what it is. But listen, man, it is 3. I got 7 minutes max. So I'm trying to see if anybody had any. The chat just stopped. Everybody went to sleep. I think people are on here sleep. Oh, I just had a comment up there.
I see one lady say she have 4 more hours on work, so she using you as company now.
Oh, that's probably Mika. I guarantee you that's Mika that said that. So hold up. So Sat 12 says black in Egyptian language reference to Egyptians could have possible connection to black things that are not skin color, yet still relating to the color black. Yeah, I mean, again, and I can't keep repeating this, there's no argument against the existence of the observation of a color called black in the environment or with entities, be it people or animate or inanimate objects. I can't stress that enough. And I'm going to tell you, the reason why people are making this a big deal is because of the Jonny Come-Hatelys are making it into an argument when it never was. There are things in Egypt that are described as black, be it animate or inanimate. So let's get past that. That was never an argument. The one thing that people will not be able to answer is, how do you know that the root of the word, of the toponym Kemet, is black? And that's one, but that's actually two. Number one is that, and this is the root of the argument. And I want everybody who's listening, who may listen to the archives and get to this end part and hear me say what I'm about to say. I want everybody to notice that people are no longer even trying to defend that the nation name Kemet, the toponym, the place name Kemet, was so named because of the skin color of the people. People are now arguing. Go ahead.
I believe that is not a neb argument, right? But as far as my comprehension did allow me, I detected a kind of nuance in between your comprehension and definition of Kemet and Asar own, or at least the Asar from 2018 when he do this presentation. Because what he is saying is have no relation to the color black land. But from what I think I understand what you saying is that the black land is black, but it is in reference to the richness of the it is due to the nature of the riparian nature of the land. You know what I mean? So I don't know if you could clear if there is a difference, or if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do. See, this is an issue of semantics, and you know, I think that I probably will do a show and kind of elaborate on semantics and how that works, like semantic matrices and things, because and this kind of ties into metaphor or figurative expression where you have tropes and things like that. So if, like, we associate colors, and I did this, I think yesterday or the day before yesterday, we associate colors with certain things. We'll say anger is red. You know, if I was drawing a cartoon character and I can make them have a mean looking face, but then I would paint them in terms of a color to colorize them. I would put them red, and that would be a clear indication of anger. So again, we associate colors. We use colors ontologically. We will use colors to categorize things. And so having that understanding, just like the word Netjer, and Asar showed this, the word Netjer comes from a monosyllabic root with the sh consonant, the sh consonant, that sound. And you could see it descending and branch off in two pathways. One dealing with fire, heat, which produces emptiness or destruction, or what do you call it? When something burns up and then it's no longer there, so it creates this empty, dryness, desolate. Then you have it going to the route of anger, furious, violence, and whatever the case is. What, if you remember when he was showing that split on the screen and whatnot. And so semantically, we see these pathways, and what people are ignoring are those pathways. And so the real argument is finds itself right in that. That's the conversation that needs to be had, because people are ignoring that because they want to make the Egyptians black people. And so they're ignoring the semantic pathways, and they're saying Kemet means the land of black people via Shekanta Diop. And what we're doing is reminding people, saying, number one, no, that's not the case. And you have to consider the semantic pathways. And so there's a Kim that is identifying with water, with the accessibility of water and what it produces. And then there's a Kim that goes into the route of black and things that are associated with black. And so what scholars have done is they blended the two in their explanation. So they define Kemet as black land, and that's it. But then when you ask them, or if you ever see them give a rationale behind it, that's when they'll introduce water. They'll say it's due to the inundation of the Nile. And what is the Nile? It's water. It's a body of water. But when you actually put in the work and do the homework, you'll see all across Africa that there's a concept of Kim in its related languages that's always associated with a body of water, be it a river that floods, so you have this inundation, or because remember, Egypt is a desert. Egypt doesn't get rain, so Egypt relies on the Nile for its water sources. But in other areas of Africa, they do get rain, or they have lakes and things like that. They don't have a river. So countries that have a large river running through it are called riparian countries. And to this very day, there are 10 or 11 riparian countries that are still considered riparian countries because rivers go through them. And so if you connect all the dots, the Egyptian society, the everyday secular life of an Egyptian, and the so-called religious life of the Egyptian, what people like to call religious or spiritual life of the Egyptians, everything was connected to the Nile. It wasn't connected to the color black. It's connected to the accessibility to water. Water is what drove that civilization, not people's skin color. And on top of that, if it was all about skin color, if skin color was the utmost importance to the point where they're going to name their whole country after it, then you have to ask yourself, or we should ask ourselves, why didn't they paint themselves black? Because remember, a name of a country is a national emblem. That's what you want the world to know you as, right? So when you name your country, you want other people in the world to know that. So if it was all about the skin color and it being black, then when you paint yourself all over the temple walls and everywhere from North to South Egypt and on everything, you would paint yourselves as a people black to reinforce the meaning of black in your nation's name. But that's not the case. Instead, the Egyptians painted their southern neighbors black. So by that logic, the country south of Egypt should be called Kemet, because that's the land of the color black skinned people. You see what I'm saying? So the logic fails. The Egyptians saw their southern neighbors, or at least depicted their southern neighbors, with black color, very dark colors. Okay? So if it was about the appearance of people's skin, then they would have named their southern neighbor's country Kemet. And they would have just kept Tawi for themselves. Why didn't they just keep the name Tawi or Canoe? So the logic fails. It doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. And these are points to be made on a surface kind of silly level, because at the end of the day, none of those people in antiquity ever organized themselves based on their skin color. They never had an identity that's based on skin color. They never did that. They never did that. Yeah, you got roosters, boys. It must be early over there. I hear some.
Yeah,
but yeah.
I'm gonna pull in about listening still.
All right, it's definitely past this time, so I'm gonna have to shut it down. Let me see if there's any last comment in here. Was there any last comment? Nope. Oh, Philaitis. They said he went to sleep and then woke back up. But we done walk people through. We done kept people through a third shift. I'm surprised Zane on his third shift job. I know Mika's on his third shift. So anyway, all right. So I don't see any comments. I see yep, Mika's still here. Oh, let's see. Imicat in Deluo, the cock's crow is translated to morning. Oh. Okay. You sure it's not black? Everything's gonna be black, boy. We're gonna translate. You know what we should do? We should just take the Egyptian dictionary and just wipe all the definitions away and just change everything to black. I think that's the only way people are gonna be happy. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna update the Vigus dictionary. I'm gonna create a 2022 version of Mark Vigus. It's gonna be for the conscious community. Instead of the handbook for the conscious community, it's gonna be the Mark Vigus dictionary for the conscious community. Yep. Matter of fact, Mark Vigus is black. Yep. Bet y'all didn't know that. Mark Vigus is black. Yep, just like Jesus is black. Buddha is black. All right, though, this is it for me, y'all. Get rid of all these things here. So I hope y'all have a good one. Shout out to everybody who hung out, listened. And I would love to see the day that we are past all of this, because but it's important people to understand the research question as it is, and not the phantom made up ones. Nobody's trying to prove that there's no word black in Egyptian language. Nobody's trying to prove that Egyptians didn't have eyes. Nobody's trying to prove that the Egyptians didn't call animate and inanimate objects by the description of being black and many other things. Nobody's talking about none of that stuff. It has always been, from day one, the meaning of the toponym or place name Kemet. The moment you say place name, it really ends the conversation. All of this stuff is really people on the boxing floor punch drunk. They're just punching in the air. They really are. They really are. I have yet to see anything by anybody else who is a Jonny Come-Lately to the conversation show me something new that I don't already or have not already known or seen. So it's about cooperative scholarship, not this adversarialism that's stirring around in the conscious community. That's not the business. The business is cooperative scholarship. We would get so much further with cooperative scholarship. That's what I'm about. That's what I advocate. And so with that, I'm going to say Shem Hotep. Maybe we can move on to some other things. Oh, let's see. Yeah, Zane says it's a bit nauseating. Mika says she'll pass. Definitely over it. Yep. Hopefully. But I bet you one thing. The moment we start talking about why the earth is male and the sky is female, we bring that conversation back in the ithyphallic deities and stuff. That's when people be like, okay, we're probably getting somewhere now. Talk about Het Heru and the Sistrum and the what was that all about? I'm gonna start a cult. They got sacred sexuality. You just come up with any kind of names like that. That's gonna attract people. Sacred sexuality cult. I bet you I'll get like 200 people watching. I'm gonna put that as a test one day. Watch. I'm gonna create a whole thumbnail, a whole video. Sacred sexuality. Break it down scientifically. Watch. Guaranteed. All right. But I'm gonna say peace, y'all. See y'all next time.
Plato said that when you go to Kemet school, you become more alert. You wake up, your spirit wake up. And you became a more human being. That's your character is built in a school. When you study what we call classical studies, we must know maybe nature. You see. Maybe in the future we need to know some heretic too. We need to know maybe nature. In Kemet, for me, is education. The way they think, they build, and they practice their education is very unique in history. Without education, I believe there will be no Kemet.